What's up, guys? Practical Web Dev here. Welcome to another video tutorial. Today I've decided we're going to clone the Microsoft landing page for the Microsoft website from Microsoft.com. I thought this would be like a really cool project to help you guys learn HTML, CSS, and we're even going to use some JavaScript. We have like a little slider here that we're going to be sliding images. And then if we scroll down here, there's another slider at the bottom, so that'll be JavaScript. If we look at this design in the mobile view, like so, we'll get the hamburger menu. It'll change how the menu looks. This will be JavaScript as well. So we'll be doing a little bit of JavaScript, which is pretty cool. And doing this, guys, cloning professional websites like this, like Microsoft.com or Airbnb.com, whatever big famous professional website you go to a lot, the best way to learn HTML and CSS, and in this case we're going to be using a little JavaScript, but really just for HTML and CSS and getting your front end skills down, the best way to learn them and how I learned was I cloned real life websites like this one. As soon as I learned my fundamentals, I went off on my own and I cloned real websites, and that's what I recommend you guys do. Especially, if you're a brand new developer, you're trying to build your skills up, maybe build a portfolio, clone real websites, guys. Like, that's a very impressive thing. If you can at least do that, then that means that you're for sure worthy enough of at least writing professional HTML and CSS, which is good because a lot of developers, even more senior developers, are actually really bad at CSS and they're bad at making stuff look good. So that could be one way that you make yourself stand out from the crowd if you're trying to get, go the job route nowadays. Cloning real websites. And then as you add more skills, as you add maybe JavaScript or full stack skills, you can even mimic some of the functionality of the site, like a sign in. If you learn full stack PHP like I teach, you could actually make a real sign in and, if you click on this, you can make it look exactly like Microsoft Sign and just clone the whole thing, the front end. And then, of course, your back end code's going to be a little bit different, but make the sign in work. That stuff is very impressive. Employers would much rather see you clone professional websites than just make simple, little to-do apps. That's not very impressive anymore. This video is sponsored by the Complete Web Developer course. If you'd like to go from zero to full stack developer in the fastest way possible, with 100% project-based learning, this is the perfect course for you. We teach full stack PHP because PHP runs over 73% of the internet today. If you don't know PHP, guys, you're missing out. This is a 100% project-based learning course. We build over 30 projects in total, starting with simple HTML, then going into CSS, JavaScript, and then PHP. Where at the end of the course, we build a full stack PHP content management system. The average runtime of every lesson in this course is 5 minutes or less so that you can learn in quick bite-sized little bits, which is the best way to learn. You don't want to be spending an hour for one video trying to follow along with a new subject that you're not sure about yet. So we took care of that for you. If you're interested in signing up, go ahead and check the link in the description. So let's go ahead and get started with this here. So the first thing we're going to do, we'll create our folder. We'll set up all of our files, we'll bring in some fonts, and we're even going to make this little favicon up here, this little Microsoft logo. It's called a favicon. We're going to clone this whole thing, so I don't want you guys to be able to tell the difference, at least at first glance, at which is the real one by the time we get done. Let's start off here. I'm going to move this to my other window for a second, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this Microsoft Clone. All right, and then we'll open up our Visual Studio Code, open up a new window, and we'll drag our file in here. There we go. And now let's start setting up just our basic project file. So we'll have an index.html. We'll have a style.css, and we'll make some JavaScript. So we'll have an app.js file is what I'll call it. And then we're also going to have a bunch of images. I'm going to show you how to get all the real images that Microsoft actually has on their website and save them to your own machine so you can use them. So we'll make an image folder, so I'll just call it img. And now let's connect all of our files together. So first we'll make our boilerplate code. So I'm using Visual Studio Code, guys, and I'm going to be using all of the shortcuts in Visual Studio Code to, do some code completion. So we'll go over that as I do it. So if you hit Shift, exclamation, tab, That'll give you your HTML boilerplate code. And then what I want to do right away is link my style sheet and my JavaScript. So I'm going to go below my last meta tag and above the title. I'm going to make a link tag. And whenever I type stuff out like that, so when I do link and then it basically comes up, and then I hit tab, that'll auto complete the link, and it already has the rel of style sheet, which is what we want. And then we're going to have style.css connect. And then we're going to go above our body and make script tags. So go above the closing body tag. And then we're going to connect to JavaScript using the src for source src attribute. And we're going to say app.js. Now we can test if these are connected by doing a few things. So I'll go into my body. I'm going to make an H1 and literally just say test. And then I'm going to go to my JavaScript. I'm going to create something called an alert. And this will basically just make a little pop-up message onto our screen, telling us whatever message we put in these quotes here. So I'm just going to make the message say JS connected, and then we'll know if JavaScript is working. And let's also add some styles here. So let's add a CSS reset so we can make sure our CSS is working. So every web browser has default styling, margins, and padding and everything that they give to web pages, and you always want to delete that because you want to start from scratch and have complete control over how your site looks. So to do that, you do a CSS reset. This asterisk means select all, so select the whole page, and then you're going to say margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box. And then let's give our H1 a color just to really make sure that it's obvious that our style sheet is working. We'll say color red. Okay. So now let's launch our website here that we have so far. So I'm going to put these side by side, and I'm going to use an extension for Visual Studio Code called Live Server. So it says go live right down here in the corner. If I click that, our page will launch in Google Chrome. Bring it over here. And it'll actually show us what we're working on in real time. And if you're new to Visual Studio Code, guys, if you go click on this, the extensions area, and you just type in live server will be the first thing that comes up. And it'll have install up here. Just go ahead and install it, restart your Visual Studio Code, and then you'll have it here just like I have it. All right, so and right away on our web page, when it loads, we're getting the JS connected message, so our JavaScript is working. And then the default margin and padding is gone, and our H1 is red. So we know our style sheet is connected as well, so we're good to go there. So let's get rid of this H1 color. Get rid of this alert, because every time we reload the page, the alert will fire off, and we don't want that. But we know we're good to go for the future, right? So the next thing that I want to do, let's bring up our Microsoft page again and look at it. The first thing that I want to do is I want to take a full screenshot of the website, so that even if they change the site in a day or two, I still know the original design I was working off of. And that's always a good thing to do when you're cloning websites. Take a full screenshot. I'm going to show you how to do that using the Google Chrome developer tools. It's actually super easy. So I'm going to open up the Chrome Dev Tools. I'm going to right click, go to inspect. And then what we're going to do on Windows, you're going to hold Command Shift and P, and you'll get this little run command area. And then on Windows or Linux, if you're on Windows or Linux, you'll hit Control, Ctrl, Shift, and P. So it'll do the same thing. It'll bring up this little command area. And then just start typing in screenshot, okay? And then it'll come up. And then you want to select this capture full-size screenshot. And then it should capture the whole page all the way down. So if we look at it, what was just captured, look at that, guys. We got a whole screenshot. And same thing, this should show up in Windows for you. A whole full-size screenshot so you can see the whole design. So that's really useful, again, so you can always look at the design. Maybe if you can't load the web page, if you're working on this where you don't have internet and you still want to see your design, that's a great way to do it so that you always know, what the page looked like, at least originally. And then what I like to do is I like to actually put that right into my VS Code. So I'm going to drop it in my images area so I can view that in Visual Studio Code. Go ahead and drop that in there. And then when it's in Visual Studio Code, now we can always look at it. And then if you just left click, the magnifying glass will actually make it bigger. So you can actually make it big, go in here, and really see what everything's all about here. So we got our design in there, so that's good. The next thing we need to do is bring in our fonts. So you can see what kind of font Microsoft is using. Again, we already have our developer tools open. So if we just click this here, this little selector thing, and just hover over like some text, you can see they're using a font called Sigu UI with the fallback of Helvetica. And it looks like it's pretty much all throughout the page, Sigu UI. So I'm willing to bet that Sigu UI is a custom font made for or by Microsoft, because they're a huge company and that's what huge companies do. They make their own custom things. So rather than go and try to download the Sigu UI, which I'm sure there's a way to, but it's going to create more of a headache than I'd want to deal with, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a Google search, and I'm just going to ask Google, hey, like what's a Google font that compares to Sigu UI? And I'm sure it'll give me one. So let's do that. We always like to keep things simple, guys. Don't ever try to jump through too many hoops to get stuff done. Just find the best solution, or a good enough solution, just move on. And this is a good example of that. A lot of new developers might get caught up on the whole font thing and try to spend an hour or two figuring out how to download Sigu UI and install it, and it's just not necessary. So let's go to Google Fonts. Or actually, before that, we need to know what font we should get. So let's just ask, what is a Google font that is similar to Sigu UI? Right here. Google fonts similar to Sigu UI include Noto Sans and Open Sans. So there you go, guys. We figured that out fast. So let's do Noto Sans. So let's go to Google Fonts, and I'm going to type in Noto Sans. Select it. We'll hit Get Font. Okay. And then let's click Get Embed Code, and we'll just embed the full font weight thing. All the font weights, doesn't matter. And we'll link that in. We'll go above our style sheet below the last meta tag, type that in. So we'll have Noto Sans on here. And then we also need to get the CSS, so let's grab that. We want to get the font family Noto Sans Sans Serif, so we'll copy that. And then we'll go and we're going to select the body with CSS, and we're going to make that our default font family. So we'll go ahead and paste that in there, check our document, and now our test is now in that Noto Sans font. All right, next, if we look at our design, we need to grab some icons. So these icons we can actually save and download from the website, but there's some other icons like the sign in and the cart and the magnifying glass, stuff like that. Those are like font icons, and we're going to actually grab our own and these social media things as well. I guess we could save them, or we could just load them in as font icons, whichever one, but we're going to need icons like for this here. This is an icon, this little world. So to do that, I'm going to use my favorite font icon website that's completely free, and it's called FontAwesome. So let's go to FontAwesome. If you've never used FontAwesome, I'll show you what it is. If you just click on the search bar, it's just font icons that you can use on websites, and they have a free tier that includes a ton of free ones. So that's what it is. If you don't have a FontAwesome account, click on the little, there'll be some kind of like little sign-in thing up here. Click on it, sign up. It's like any other website. You sign up with your email and everything, and then it'll have you create something called a kit right here. So, and then you'll be able to go to your kits, and then you'll have a kit here. And a kit is just basically just a little snippet of code that you can add to your website and have access to the whole FontAwesome library. Very similar to how Google Fonts works. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy my kit, and we're going to paste it up in the head of our HTML, and we can paste it above our style sheet below our fonts. Boom, just like that. And that'll give us access to FontAwesome. We're not going to need our FontAwesome icons just yet, so I'll close that for now, but we'll come back to it when we need that. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to get our favicon and then copy what Microsoft has up here. So it has the little Microsoft Squares logo, and it says Microsoft-AI Cloud Productivity Computing Gaming and Apps. So we're going to make our bar right here look exactly like this. So let's go ahead and create our favicon. I'm going to show you how to do that. So first thing you're going to do is we're just going to get the Microsoft logo. So just literally go to Google and type in Microsoft logo. And then what we want is just the squares. So right here, this looks good too. Let's do this one. Yeah, just the square. So let's download this. We'll just say right click, save image as Microsoft logo.svg.png. That's fine. I'll just save it as that. And now I'm going to go to Canva. So Canva, canva.com. And I'm going to link all of this stuff in the description, all the websites, all the resources we use to clone this page. It'll all be in the description. So just go down to the description and click the links there if you're not familiar with any of these tools that I'm using. Or, just, of course, search them yourself, either one. So now what we need to do is I have to basically put the design on a custom little template, and then we're going to download it and remove the background so that it has no background like this. So I'm going to go to custom size in Canva. And if you've never used Canva, guys, this is basically free Photoshop, just really simple and easy to use. Go to Canva. Again, follow the link in the description. Create an account if you want. It's free. You can upgrade to a paid plan if you want. So we're going to go to custom size. And I'm going to say 500 by 500. And then we'll just say create new design. And then we're going to go to uploads. And then I already have it here from a prior time that I downloaded this, but you can upload the file. Just select your file, click open, and then it'll be right here. And then just make it big, just make it bigger. It doesn't have to be like the full size, but just make it, pretty big. So just like that, get it centered. And then just go ahead and click share, download, and download. And then it'll be untitled design.png by default. And then let's go ahead and rename the file. So I'm on Mac OS, but if you're in Windows, just rename your file however you do it there. So we'll say Microsoft logo PNG. And now I want to remove the background. See, there's going to be like a white background in it, and we don't want that to show on our favicon. We want it to be transparent like the real Microsoft. So to do that, we're going to use another web tool. So we can click out of all this stuff. And I'm just going to go to Google and literally type remove background. And then the first site that comes up that I've been using for years and years is called remove.bg. And for free, it'll just take an image and remove the background, make it transparent for you. So let's click on that. Again, the link will be in the description for this. We'll say upload image. So let's go ahead and select our logo. So ours is logo-png now. Upload it, and now it's going to magically, boom, remove our background for us. And then we'll hit download and just click the preview, which is free. That's fine. It'll come out high resolution. And now we should have a no background logo. So if we look here, there it is. Okay. So now we're going to take that no background logo and we're going to use another tool. And the last tool we're going to use is going to be a favicon generator. So let's just go to Google again, type in favicon generator. And then we're going to use this real favicon generator right here. I've been using this for years as well. realfavicongenerator.net. And then we're going to select pick your favicon image. And then we're going to select our no background preview one that we just downloaded and hit open. And then it's going to say, hey, this is what your favicon is going to look like in all the different modes. Is that cool? And we're going to say, yes, it's cool. So we're going to scroll all the way down and hit next. And then we're going to download your favicon package. Now it's in favicon.zip, and we'll unzip it. So here's our favicon area. And I want to take this favicon 96 by 96 and just drag it into my images folder because that's the one that we're going to be using by default. Okay, there it is. Beautiful. And then we have to grab a little code snippet. So all you're doing is basically getting the 96 by 96 one. That's the only one we care about. I know there's like 20 favicons that it gives you. We don't need any other than the 96 by 96. And we want to grab the snippet of code right here. The link type image PNG favicon 96 by 96. This little snippet is going to go up in our head. So copy that. And let's go ahead and put it below our last meta tag. We'll put it up top here. And then we'll say image, because it's in our image file, favicon 96 by 96, and save. And there we go, guys. Now we have our favicon there. It looks pretty much identical to the Microsoft one, so that's good. Now we just got to put the text that they have. So to do that, that is the title of our page. That's where that is going to show up. So we're going to go to title, and we're going to say Microsoft, and then they have a dash, and then we're going to say AI. So AI cloud productivity. So cloud productivity. interactivity, computing, gaming, and apps. I'll say computing, gaming, and apps. Save. And now look at that, guys. Looks pretty much identical. Like if you had multiple windows open, you would not know which one's the real one, right? So that's good. That's a good start. That's exactly what we want. Again, every little detail counts, especially if you're going to put stuff like this on a portfolio. All right, so we got that. And now the last thing that we need to do is get the actual images for the website. So I'll show you how to do it. I'm not going to spend, 10, 15 minutes on screen doing this, but I'll show you how to get the images for any website that you're trying to clone. And it's actually really easy. Just go to the image and right click, and then if it's available, it'll say save image as. And then literally if you just save the image, open it, and I'll show you here. We got the exact image. That's literally all you have to do. And of course, rename it to something that would make sense. You don't want this big, long image title. But the same thing goes for everything, guys. Like the Microsoft logo up here, again, right click, save image as, and then you would call it, whatever you want, logo. And then all these images, when you get them into your, they're going to save to whatever folder. Make sure you save them or drag them over to your images folder for your project. So I'll do one more with you. And then what I'm going to say is go ahead and do this part on your own. Just go through all the images here and grab them. So for example, even these icons here, if you right click, these are actually images. So you can save those, all these icons. And these images here for like Xbox controller, every image you see, guys, right click, save image as, and then, to make it easier, go to your desktop or wherever you have your file, Microsoft clone, save it right to your images folder and save. And just do that until you have all the images that you need. So everything here, look, save as. Keep doing that. Or if you don't want to do that, just go to the description. I'll have the full GitHub code, and you can just copy all the images I have. Just download my code in the zip file and just grab the whole image folder that way. So through the magic of editing, I'm going to grab all the images really quick. And I named every image, so I have like the icon. Just make sure you name your icons stuff that makes sense, or your images, so that you know what the hell it is when we get to that part, if you can, if you're doing it all on your own. So like for this one, I would name it Copilot AI or something like that. If we go to my images right here, that's Copilot here, right here. Copilot Showcase, AI Companion image right here. Copilot is your AI companion. So just kind of name it something descriptive, each image, if you're going to do it all on your own. But I have every image here. Again, if you don't want to go through and do that yourself, just get it from my files, or, whatever you want to do. But basically what I'm trying to say is when you clone websites, that's how you grab the images. And pretty much every website has all the images that you can just save as. And, you're not breaking any laws or anything. You're just making a project, man. So don't worry about it. All right, guys. So we got everything set up. We got our files, our images, our fonts, our icons. Everything's connected, right? Our JavaScript or CSS. So let's get started with actually building out the page here. And of course, we're going to start and build out the desktop version first. I learned many years ago to always start with the desktop version of a website first and then work your way down. And not only do I start with the desktop first, I make it mobile as I go. So the first thing we're going to build, guys, is the navigation here. So we can see this is what it looks like on desktop. And then if we make it smaller on mobile, on tablet and on phone, it looks the same. The logo goes to the center. We got the hamburger menu for all the links here that we click, and we're going to use some JavaScript to do this. That when we click, this will turn into an X icon, and then we'll get our menu will just appear. And then when we click again, it'll go back. So that'll be some JavaScript. Our search bar moves over here, and then our card icon and our sign-in icon go to the right. So that's how it'll be on mobile. But first, like I said, we're going to make this desktop, and we're just going to work our way down the page doing that same thing. Build the desktop, however it looks on desktop, and then right after it, we'll build it mobile so that when we get finished, we don't have a huge jumbled mess trying to make everything mobile at once. It's a nightmare, guys, especially with a big page like this. This is a pretty good sized page that we're building. You don't want to make everything desktop or everything. You could make everything mobile first if you wanted to, but the better way to do it is build the desktop first, because that's usually the more challenging part anyway. And then mobile is just stacking everything on top of each other. But if you save all the mobile for the end and you build the desktop first, it's a huge mess and a headache. So let's get started. And some of these icons, guys, we're going to use FontAwesome for these icons up here. And since we're going to be using the free version of FontAwesome, I'm just going to warn you that our icons are not going to be identical to the ones that Microsoft uses. But there's no way I can like right click and save these icons. These are their own little font icons. So our icons aren't going to look identical, but everything else is going to look pretty close. And we're still going to put icons there. It's just not going to be completely identical. So, but that's okay. And when you're cloning pages on your own, guys, if you're trying to make like projects for your portfolio or just to practice, your front end skills, not everything has to be exactly perfect. Just do the best you can. And that's what we're going to do here. So let's get started and let's go to our page. So all we have is this test. So we want to get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. And let's start building out our HTML. So the first thing that I want to do is put everything in a container class, because as you can see, the main design, at least there's a container on the navigation area, and there's, this goes full screen, and then there's a container everywhere else where there's, margins on the page. And we want to do that for our page too. So we're going to wrap those sections in a utility class, and we're going to call it container. So a utility class is just a CSS class that you use over and over again on your page. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to say dot container. And the first thing we're going to do is give it a maximum width. So I'm going to say max width 1600 pixels. So that's as wide as our design can get. And since there's really large like curved monitors out there today, that's a good practice to do. Like monitors have gotten so big. I'm building this project on a 32-inch Samsung monitor, so you have to really build for bigger monitors when you start desktop anyway. So we'll say max width 1600 pixels. And then we'll do a width of 90%. So there's always some margin padding on the sides. And then we'll say margin auto. And then let's start commenting out our CSS now, because we're going to have a good amount of CSS in our style sheet. So I'm going to make a comment. I'm going to say these are going to be all my global styles / utility classes, because I'm sure we'll make some more classes that we'll put on multiple elements. All right, and now let's go back to our HTML. And we're going to open up with that container class. So we'll say dot container. And then in our container, we're going to have our header and navigation area, which is up here, right? So we'll make a header tag. And then in that header tag, we're going to make a navigation tag or nav tag. And we're going to put a class on here and call it top navigation. And then within there, we're going to have a couple of unordered lists. Because remember, so just to show you what we're about to do, we have essentially we have one list here and then another unordered list here, and then we're going to use flexbox to flex everything next to each other and then push them apart. So it's going to be two different lists since they're on different sides here. So I'm going to make an unordered list, a UL tag, and we're going to give that a class of main-nav. And then within there, they're going to have LIs, list items, and then my LIs are going to have a class of nav-li. And then every link in the navigation is going to be an anchor tag, right? So it's going to be anchor. Our links aren't going to go anywhere. They're just going to build the static little home page. So for all of our links, we'll just put the placeholder in there, the little asterisk. And then we're going to basically do the links out. So if we look at it, so Microsoft 365, Teams, Copilot, all of these we're going to put in there now in our link text. So our first one is Microsoft 365. And now I believe there's 9 links total. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So we're gonna copy that down 8 more times and then fill in what we need to fill in. So I'm gonna take the LI with the A inside. So let's count here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we'll save, and that should be all the links we need. So the first one is Microsoft 365. The next one is going to say Teams. Then our next link is going to be Copilot. And again, guys, we're just copying all the links in order that are here. So the next one is Windows and then Surface. So we'll say Windows, Surface. And then our next one is going to be Xbox, my favorite one. Big Xbox fan. And then we're going to say deals. And then 2 more. We got small business and support. Okay. So there's our links for the first list here. And then we also have the logo, so let's not forget that. We have to put a logo, and it has to be the first thing. So let's actually do that now. So I'm just going to grab this li, copy it, paste it above here. And then in our anchor tag, in the first anchor tag, I'm going to delete Microsoft 365, and we're going to put an image in here and give it a class of logo. And then we're going to select the logo. So I'll say image, and I saved it as Microsoft logo PNG right here. And then our alt text can say Microsoft logo. Save. Look at it. And there's the logo. So we got to resize it, but it's there now. And now we have to basically copy the next list, which is going to have links that say all Microsoft, search, cart, and sign in. So let's do that. So again, we'll go underneath here. We're going to make another UL, another unordered list, and it can have the same class as the other one. We'll call it top navigation again. So we'll say dot top navigation, and then copy one of the LIs. I'm going to copy it and paste it down here. And then the first one says all Microsoft. We'll say all Microsoft. And then we got 3 more. So let's just copy this down 3 times. We'll say 1, 2, 3. And let's spell that correctly. So it says all Microsoft, and then we have search. Say search. And then we'll say cart. And then sign in. All right, so let's see here. Yep, that's everything. And then these also have some icons next to them. We'll add those in just a second. First, I want to get this stuff flexboxed and side by side and all that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to fix the styling on our list items. So they all have the bullet points right now. So let's go up here. We're still in our global utility class area. So let's just say UL, all unordered lists are going to have a list style of none. Then we get rid of our bullet points. And then all of our anchor tags, so we'll say all anchor tags are going to have text decoration of none. And now let's grab our comment here, copy this down. And this is going to be the header navigation area. We'll say header navigation. Let's make this a little bit bigger. It's going to help out when we have a lot more CSS on the page. We know where we are. All right, that's better. So first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to say our top navigation, we need to display that flex. So that's our whole, everything wrapped in our nav tag. So let's grab that, copy that. Say dot top navigation, display flex, align item center. And then we'll say justify content, space between. Save. So there we go. Now our lists are at least flexed side by side. And then we're also going to grab our main nav class. We'll flex that so that all of our options go side by side. So we'll say dot main nav. We'll say display flex and align item center. Save. There we go. Everything. Now they're side by side and all the links are side by side. So we're getting there. And now we got to fix this logo because our logo is way too big. It needs to be like that size. So let's fix that. So we'll select it. We'll say dot logo. And I'm going to give it a width of 125 pixels. So that's like more the size of the official one. If we check them side by side, that's pretty close. We might make it a little bit smaller. And then if you look at the desktop version, the logo has a little bit of extra padding, like where it's all kind of off to the side. So we'll put some padding right on there. I'll just say padding right 1 rem. Remember, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. There we go. So there's a little bit of padding. We're going to add more padding in just a second, but we're just getting it, set up here. Let's keep going because we got to make it look like this. We got to change the font. We got to give it that underline when we hover. Change the font color, change the font size because this is actually pretty small font. We have bigger font right now. So let's do all that. So what we'll do is we're going to grab our nav li class. So let's copy that. And I always copy and paste my classes as much as I can so I don't have a typo that ruins everything. So we'll say nav li. And we're going to say Padding, 0 top and bottom, 0.5 rem left and right, so about 8 pixels, and that'll give everything some space. Okay, so it's already looking better. And then let's grab our nav links. So let's see, where's... Oh, did we not give our... We didn't give our anchor tags a class. And then we'll say nav link. And we'll just copy the class and we'll put it on all of our links. Well, all of our nav links, not all of our links. I know there's like a VS Code shortcut to select all these links and just do this really quick, but I'm too lazy to look it up. So here we are. Sorry. Go ahead and look it up if you want to pause the video, but I'm already done. Didn't take that long. All right, so all of our anchor tags have the nav link class like we need them to. So let's copy that. Say .nav link. And we need to get the font size and the color. So a way that we can do that, you can find the exact font size and color, is by using our Google Chrome developer tools. So let's right click and hit inspect. And let's get out of mobile view. Let's select our selector over here. And then if we just hover over this, our color is 262626, and our, let's see, so this is margin padding. Oh, font is 13 pixels, so beautiful. So we got the color and the font by doing that. So let's say font size 13 pixels. Oops. 13 pixels, and then the color is hashtag 262626. Okay, so let's look at ours now. Looking better, we're looking closer, much better. Let's give some padding on our header, because right now we're sucked up to the top here, and that's at least 1 rem of padding on the top there. So let's go to our CSS, and we'll say, let's see, header navigation. So we'll go up here, we'll say header, and we'll say padding top, 1 rem. And now you'll notice that when we hover over links on the desktop version of the page, so let's get out of this, there's like a little black underline. So we're gonna add that now. So that's like a hover effect. So what we're gonna do with our nav links is we're going to put a transition on there. So let's say transition, and then we're gonna transition a border. We're gonna say 0.1 second. And we're going to say ease in. And then let's copy this down. Delete everything in here. Put our hover class on here, so :hover. And then we're going to say that we want to make a border bottom. So we'll say border bottom. Say 2 pixels, solid. And we'll just have it be black color. So let's see what that looks like. So let's hover. There we go. Not bad. So there's ours. Here's theirs. Yeah, so it's pretty close. It's like pretty identical looking. Cool. I'll take it. All right. Very good. So now let's add our icons. So all Microsoft has this is called a chevron, or a chevron down, search, cart icon, and a sign-in icon. So let's grab our icons. Let's go to FontAwesome. And you should already have FontAwesome in your project if you've been following along, so we can go straight to search. If not, go back to the start of the video and install that with me. And the first one that we want is the chevron down. This little thing is called a chevron, a little caret. So let's see, chevron, there we go. And we got chevron down right here. And let's see, what color should we make that? Probably the same color as the text, so 2626. So I'm going to grab this little color thing here, or actually we'll color them all with CSS. So let's just grab this icon, and let's see, we got to put it near all Microsoft, right? Yeah, all Microsoft. So let's do that. So right here. So how we're going to do this is we're going to go in the link and just copy and paste the icon. It should go side by side with it by default. So let's see. Yep, there it is. There's all Microsoft. The next one that we need is a search magnifying glass. So let's go here. We'll type magnifying glass. And I think for FontAwesome, for free, I think you can only get the magnifying glass one way. It's only going to go to the left instead of the right, but that's okay. We'll just take what we can get, right? So let's just copy this. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, like I said. So it's got to go after search. So we'll do that. So again, we'll go where it says search, go in the link, put the eye icon, save. There we go. And now we need cart and sign in. All right, so the cart, let's see what we got. So again, we're just on the free plan, so all we can really do is this one. See, they have the other ones that look like the one that we want, but they're buying the paywall, so I'm not paying for that. So we're just going to grab this one. And a lot of other things used to be free there, but, you know, as time goes on, we all want to make money, right? So can't fault them for that. Let's see. Okay, so cart goes after cart. So the icon is second. Paste it there. All right, so we got our cart, and now we just need to sign in. So it's just basically like a profile icon, pretty much, or a user. So let's just type in user and see what we get here. And we'll just go with this. Well, let's see, should we use the plus or just the normal? Theirs has a little plus. Let's just use the normal user. Let's not make it difficult. So we'll just say user, copy. And that's going to go after sign in. Boom. All right, so let's see what we got here. Got their navigation up here, our navigation. So pretty close, honestly. I mean, look, as we switch, it's not that far off, man. It's very, very close. Just different icons, but everything else is pretty much dead on. I feel like our text could be smaller, even though it says 13 pixels. I mean, remember, they're using a different font. I feel like we could make this 12 and maybe it'll be even closer. Let's just see. Because their text is pretty small. So there's ours. Yeah, that's closer. I won't make it much smaller than that. Nah, let's make it 13. Make it 13. Let's just listen to what they do. On second thought. That's cool. Close. It's weird. It's like in between. It's like 12.5 pixels or something to equal ours. But we'll keep it a little bit bigger. We don't want it to be too unreadable. So now let's look at the finer details here because I think there's some more spacing between the icons. Let's see. I mean, those are all pretty close. Just the sign-in icon is probably a little bit further away, right? We could just give padding to all the icons, give them a little bit of space. So we could say dot navlink I, and then padding left like 3 pixels. Not nothing major, but you know, just a little bit of space. So then they're all just a little bit more spaced out. That actually looks pretty neat. I don't mind that. Let's see. Yeah, that looks better for sure. And then let's make the icons. Let's see, how many icons are we gonna have? So we have remember, these are just images, even though they're also icons. I might just keep the icons that default dark color, because the only other icons we're gonna use is for the JavaScript slider that we're gonna build, and that's like the same color. What else? There's an identical slider, so we're gonna have sliders that are like copy paste after we build the first one, pretty much, just with different images. Yeah, let's just keep the we got an up arrow here, but it's dark too. So you know what? Let's just keep the icons that default color that FontAwesome gave us. Why not? So I think that's it though for as far as like the desktop goes. That's all we're gonna do. Now, there's a couple other features here, like if we click the search, that'll pop up. We're not gonna do that because I don't want this to be super JavaScript heavy. And then same thing, if we click all Microsoft, this jumbo menu shows. And again, I don't want this to be too JavaScript heavy and make this like a 6-7 hour tutorial. So we're going to leave those out. I might add all the features though in my premium course and the complete web developer course. I might repost this tutorial, but with everything. I think I'm going to do that. But for this YouTube one, I want to keep it, within reason. So that's our nav bar or navigation for desktop. So now we're going to make the mobile version. So it's going to look like this. So, and even on big tablets, even on like larger style tablets, it goes straight to mobile. So if we can see like right here, so maybe not too big, but yeah. So everything changes. We got a mobile hamburger menu here. that magnifying glass icon goes up here, Microsoft in the middle. And that might be a thing where we might just make a whole separate mobile navigation because everything is so different, and then just display it block when it goes to mobile, and then just display a regular one none. Something like that. We're going to have to make 2 different versions of the navigation the way we're going to build this. Because again, we're just going to use raw HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We're not going to use frameworks. So yeah, we'll probably do something like that. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and make this mobile. Now I do want to switch one thing. I'm kind of an idiot and I didn't know that we could actually make the search bar go the other way. We can actually flip the direction that icons go in FontAwesome. I kind of discovered that off video. So let's go ahead and flip this, because remember, if we look at the actual Microsoft page, the search bar is going to the right, not to the left. So let's change that now. So let's go back to FontAwesome, and then let's see. I think we just got the regular default size for that magnifying glass. Yeah, just the regular size. So let's go back to our search bar area, and we'll type in magnifying glass. And so when we select it here, we can actually do, let's see, where did I find that? I think it was the styling tools. Click that and flip horizontal. There we go. So now it's going that way. So let's recopy that. Sorry about that, guys. This is all, I've been using FontAwesome for a while, but like I think this is a fairly recent thing where you can like do this and like flip it and do all that. That wasn't around when I used to use it a lot. So new to me at least. So let's go back and replace that magnifying glass with our new one and save. And now it's got that class FA flip horizontal on it. So now if we go to our page and make this big, boom. Now it's going the right way. So that looks, better. So again, our icons aren't going to be an exact match, but that's okay. I mean, we're doing a good job here. Here's another issue that I found. We don't want the underline for our Microsoft logo. So to fix that, we can just take off we can just make it or take off a class that's in the link here, because we still want it to be a link. So what I mean is all of our links have nav link, and that's what's doing the underline stuff when we hover. So if we just go to, let's see, the logo, which is right here, we can just take off this class of nav link, just delete it. Shouldn't break anything. Let's go see. There we go. And now we'll hover over that, and it doesn't give us the underline, which we don't want, because as we can see, the real Microsoft, it's only for these links. Okay, even though this is a link as well. So that's fixed. Just these little nitpicky things that I want to get right. Now, again, this is not going to be perfect, far from it, but I want to get it, as close as possible within reason without spending 10 hours on this. Again, like I said, we don't want this to be like a 10-hour thing. Nobody's going to watch a 10-hour YouTube video anyway. And this, this project is still going to be fairly long because we still have some JavaScript to write. All the other sections are pretty easy, actually, once we really have to get past making this mobile responsive and doing the slider here. Everything else is just going to be HTML and CSS using, simple flexbox. So shouldn't be too hard. So now what we have to do, guys, is make this mobile. So as we can see, when we go down here, ours right now isn't mobile at all. But we want to make it mobile, so we'll have a hamburger menu here that'll turn into an X when you click it. All the links drop down, and then again, if you turn an X again, it'll go off. Then we have the magnifying glass here. The logo goes to the center, and then we have our cart and sign and icons. Now, I was debating on how to do this, and normally whenever you have a design and you just want to make it mobile, you don't want to really write a whole bunch of HTML or switch things over a lot, because usually for designs, the mobile menu is not that different from the desktop menu. Usually all you have to do is display all these links block, put them aligned left, put them under the hamburger menu, and then the logo's still over here. But this one is it's so radically different in how everything is positioned that for simplicity's sake, and I'm not saying this is the best practice, but for simplicity's sake and teaching, what we're going to do is I'm just going to make more HTML above our nav bar, and we'll display it none, of course, on desktop, and vice versa. Desktop will be displayed none on mobile, but we're going to make basically, since everything, just the positioning of everything changes so drastically, that to do that with CSS is going to be mind-numbing and really confusing. So We're just going to make more HTML and make a whole new mobile nav setup just to make things easy. So I'll show you what I mean here. And again, is this the best practice? Do you always want to make a habit of doing that? No, but in this case, every situation's different. So you just got to make those own decisions on your own. But that's how I'm going to do it here. I'm sure I'll get some nerd in the comments and I'll be like, that's not the right way. But you know what, guys? Again, this is practical web dev. All we care about is getting projects done and functional. We don't care about necessarily what the absolute best way or nerdiest way to do everything is, right? So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to go right here and I'm going to make a comment below my body tag and I'm going to say desktop navigation. Okay, so desktop navigation. I'm going to copy this comment so we can keep everything separate and know what we're doing. So desktop navigation, and then we'll say here, it's going to go all the way down to the closing container. We'll say desktop navigation, and we're going to say end. Okay. And then up here, we'll say desktop navigation start. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to make above it mobile navigation start. And then we're going to say mobile navigation end. All right, so let's look what we're doing here. And now in between our mobile navigation start and end, we're going to do our HTML for the mobile navigation. So we're going to make another nav tag. And we're going to add a class. And we're going to call it mobile navigation. And then we're going to make an unordered list. We're going to give that a class of mobile nav menu. And then before I go any further, let's make a media query because I want all of this to disappear right now so that we can see clearly while we're building our mobile navigation, what it's going to look like. So let's do that now. Let's save, go to my CSS, and I'm going to copy one of these comments. We're going to make a media query. So let's copy that, go down, say media queries, and then we're going to say at media screen and then we'll say max width, and I'm going to say 1279 pixels and below. We're going to go to the mobile menu. So basically that means below anything below like a really large tablet is going to be mobile menu. And that's about 1279. 1280 is like large tablet. Then those usually go from 1280 pixels up to like 3600 pixels for like an iPad Pro. So, and when you do development, guys, you just kind of memorize device widths. So this is just coming from experience. I know it, and I know what to make stuff. And then what I'm going to say, so we've got our navigation here. So we need to probably change this from top navigation to desktop navigation. Let's change our class here from top navigation to desktop navigation. It's going to break some stuff. We'll change that now. So let's see, top navigation is now desktop navigation. There we go. Fixes everything. And then now we've got mobile nav menu. So now we need to say desktop navigation display none on our media query. So let's say that here. Say dot desktop navigation display none. And then it'll disappear. And then likewise, we want to say our mobile navigation to display none on desktop. So let's just grab that now and do that now. So we'll go here. We'll say dot mobile navigation display none. And now our navigations for each one won't get in each other's way. So let's continue with our HTML for our mobile menu. So let's go inside our UL of mobile nav menu. And we're going to make a list item in here. I'll say li. And we'll give it a class of mobile nav li. And then in there, we're going to put a button. So let's do button. And we'll give it a type of button. And I'm going to give it an ID of menu-btn. And I'm going to give it a class of hamburger, because we're actually going to make our own little hamburger button. We're not going to use an icon. If we look at the icon for Microsoft, it's kind of like shorter and fatter. And if any of the icons that we get, so if we try to get like a hamburger menu button from FontAwesome, just to show you, it'll come out like this, and it's just not going to look like the Microsoft one. So we're going to make our own, so it looks a little closer, more identical to the Microsoft one, of being kind of shorter and fatter, at least the lines in the hamburger menu. So we'll do that ourselves with CSS. It's actually pretty easy. So in our button, we got to make the 3 lines, and those are just going to be divs. So let's make this big. So let's go inside the button, and I'm going to make a div with the class of mobile-bar. So it's going to be 1 bar. And we're going to copy this down a couple of times. So we'll say 2, 3, save. And now nothing's going to show up yet because we have to style it. So let's go ahead and give that some style. So let's select this mobile bar class. And let's go to CSS really quick. And I'm going to put, even though we're going to display mobile navigation none, I want all of the styles to be up top here so that when it does display, everything is up here and it just trickles down, cascades down, right? Cascading style sheets. Let's say mobile bar, and I'll actually make it so you can see what's happening as we update it. And then we're going to give those little bars some colors. So we're going to say, we'll say background color, and let's give it that 2626 color. And then we're going to give each bar a height of just 2 pixels and a width of 25 pixels. And then we'll say we want margin of separation of 5 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. And we're not seeing anything yet because we have to now display our mobile menu. So we have it displayed as none up here. So mobile navigation displayed none. So let's go down here, and we're going to display that. And we're going to display it flex, because everything's going to be flex side by side. So let's go down here, say mobile navigation display. Instead of, we're not going to use block, we're going to use flex. And there, now we can at least see our mobile bars coming in. So see what we did there. So let me just take away the margin. So if we take away the margin, it looks like we just made 1 black bar, but that's because all 3 bars are still together. Remember, we gave each div a background color of 2.6, so it's not color, it's background color if you're trying to color a div. And then as long as you give a div a height and a width, it'll actually fill in with that background color. And then again, to separate them, we did the margin 5 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right, and then that kind of separates the bars. So if we look at the Microsoft one, now we can kind of tweak it to how we want it. So that's ours now. So it looks a little shorter and fatter. The lines on the bar look a little bit longer. So let's get rid of the button background first, the gray background for our button that's there by default. So let's actually take our, or we can use the class of hamburger. So let's put that above our mobile bars. We'll say dot hamburger, and we'll say background color, white, border, none, and cursor pointer. There we go. Now that looks better. Now it actually looks pretty identical to the Microsoft one, pretty close. Might be slightly bigger, close enough. So we might want to make them a little bit, maybe the width like 22 pixels. Then it doesn't look as fat. No, let's just keep it. Let's keep it as like 24. Yeah, that's pretty close. And then we got a cursor pointer, so that's good. So those are the mobile bars. Let's keep going because our menu is supposed to be mobile bars, magnifying glass, logo in the middle, and then shopping cart and sign in. So let's make that happen. So let's go back to our HTML. And below this LI, we're going to make another LI, another list item, and it'll have that mobile nav LI class. And then there's actually going to be a link in here, so we'll put an anchor tag. And the link's not going to go anywhere. And then within the link, we're going to open up the anchor tags, and we're going to put the magnifying glass back in there. So let's just copy it from our code over here. FI magnifying glass, or FA solid magnifying glass horizontal flip. Save. There we go. There's our magnifying glass. And then centered is going to be the logo. So we'll do the logo next. So below, let's go below our first UL for the mobile nav menu, because that's just going to have these two items. And then in the middle is going to be the logo. So we can literally just say image dot logo, which we already made for the desktop version. Bring it in there. We'll say image Microsoft logo. For alt text, we'll say Microsoft logo again. And then in our third area pushed off to the side, we're going to have our shopping cart and sign-in icons. So we'll do that in we'll use another UL for that. So let's go below our image with the logo. And we'll use that same class of mobile nav menu. So let's say UL dot mobile dash nav dash menu. And then we can just copy our mobile nav LIs with the links right here. So copy it down once, twice, and then we're going to have the shopping cart. So let's grab that from down here, right here, FA shopping cart, and it'll go here. And then we need the sign in or the user icon. So let's grab FA solid user from down here, back up here, should go right here. Save, let's see what we got. There we go. So now we just got to style up the menu, make everything go side by side. So let's go into our CSS, and right here, our mobile navigation, we're going to say below display flex, we're going to say align items center, and then we'll say justify content space between, so they push off to their own sides. That centers the logo and everything. And then we need to give some padding, because now we're out of our default container. It's going to be a little bit different for mobile. So we'll give some padding on the sides, top and top. So we'll say padding top 0.5 rem for mobile. And then we'll just do padding left 1 rem, padding right 1 rem. Okay. And then let's go back up to our main CSS and do the rest of our navigation styles. So we got to grab our mobile nav menus now and flex those. So let's grab mobile nav menu class, copy that. I'm going to go below mobile navigation where it says display none. And we'll say dot mobile nav menu. And again, we're going to say display flex, align item center. And then we're going to say column gap, or basically padding left and right of 1.5 rem to separate things a little bit. And then I can already see our little hamburger menu. It's a little bit higher than, it's not really completely in line with everything. So let's just go to hamburger and say padding top 5 pixels. And that'll bring it down a little bit, center it better with our menu, actually a lot better. Yeah. And our column gap isn't working because I put columns. Let's say column gap. Boom, and then that'll push everything apart a little bit. So we're getting there. There's theirs, here's ours. Okay, so you can see we're getting there, guys. Everything is starting to take shape here. One thing that's really bothering me is all of our icons, I want them to all be the same kind of like grayish or dark color like the design. Right now they're like purple. Wouldn't even change the colors yet on some of them. Let's see if we go. I think we did for desktop. Let's just make one definitive rule to have all of our logos the same darker color, like the design. So I'm going to do that in global styles. And we're going to put basically all the classes that we have from our different icons. So there's .fa-solid, and these are all of the classes that FontAwesome puts on their icons that we're using. So there's FA solid, there's .fa-regular, and there's .fa-brands. And actually that's pretty much all we need. And then let's just make the color for everything, no matter what, 262626. Save. There we go. Now they're all dark on mobile and desktop. Okay. They're all that same darker 2626 color. We'll keep it that way. And they might be a little bit lighter, I mean, on the real page, but I can't see the exact color of these, so we're just going to leave them, a little darker. That's fine. There's some kind of lighter gray, but it's okay. Again, this isn't going to be absolutely perfect, but at first glance, they're going to look identical. It's still going to look impressive. Now, next what we need to do is we need to add the links. So when you click this, there's like this modal that basically pops up to show the menu links. And a modal is like basically just a pop-up. So if we make this mobile on the normal website, we click this. These 3 bars turn into an X. So I'll show you how to do that. It's actually, you can actually do all that with CSS. It's really cool. And then this little, I'll call it like a modal show pops up with all of the different links that we can click. So that's basically where all the links go. So we'll go ahead and create that. And then some of these, they have the little caret down here, and then you can click the caret and open up even more links. But again, I'm not gonna get into making all of these links, like all of these to where we click them. And then, I don't want to get into us making 500 links here. So we'll make this design. We'll make the design and we'll put the little chevrons here, but I'm not going to build the functionality where when you click it, even more links appear. Because again, I don't want this to be super JavaScript heavy. So we'll do the basic design, and then we'll just kind of leave it like that. So let's go ahead and make that. We got to make the HTML for that first. So let's make this a little bit bigger. And I'm going to go below our nav tag. I know, shame on me, because we need our links when we click this. We need them to basically go below the nav bar anyway. So we're just going to make, to achieve that, I need to make our stuff below our nav bar where everything else is up here. Okay. Again, some people might cry about it in the comments, but that's okay. So let's make a UL, and I'm going to give it a class of mobile nav links modal. Okay. Kind of a long class name, but I like to be descriptive, right? And then we're going to give every link an li. They're going to have the class of modal nav li. And then they're going to have anchor tags. And the anchor tags, of course, are going to go nowhere. And we'll give each anchor tag a class of modal nav link. And then we'll just start listing out our links. So if we click this, we can get all the links we need. So the first one's going to be Microsoft 365. And then let's just copy this down like 10 times. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably need more than that, but we'll start with 10. And then we'll just keep going down. So I might speed this part of the video up or fast forward a little bit, because all I'm going to do, guys, I'm just looking at the list, going down the list and filling in my links. So you can do that here. You can pause the video and do that. I don't want to take up 20 minutes doing this. All right, so through the magic of editing, I got all of these filled in all the way down to view site map. So literally, like I said, just pause the video and fill those in on your own. You already have the code. And then you'll notice that, again, some of these have carets next to them or chevron down. So starting with software. So we got to go grab that icon. So let's go grab that. So let's go back to FontAwesome. And we'll search. And we're going to grab chevron down right here. And I'm going to click the show styling tools. I'm going to say, give me the small chevron down. I don't want them super big. Copy that. And then we need to start pasting it in with software. So where's software? Software is here. So we'll go below the link and paste it in. Same thing. Let's see. PCs and businesses, or PCs and devices. Entertainment gets one. Business gets one. Developer and IT. And other. Okay, so if we see what we have here, there we go. Now we got little chevrons there, and we'll make those go. We'll use flexbox to push those all the way over. And that's basically it for the HTML that we have to have for a little pop-out mobile menu. So let's go ahead and close that one there. And now we got to start styling up with CSS. So all we have to do, we have to give it like a light gray background, and then you can see each one of them has some bottom border that's light gray, and then there's a black border on the bottom here. So we'll do that, and then push these side by side, push these little chevrons and links farther apart with flexbox. So let's grab our class of mobile nav links modal. Copy that. And let's go back down and put our styles Oops, I thought I put this in. Hang on. Let's put this in global styles. I thought we put it in global styles for coloring all of our icons. Then let's grab this again. Mobile nav links modal, or mobile nav links modal. All right, so paste that in here. Get our dot, and we're gonna give our let's see what we're doing here. We'll say background color, and it's gonna be like an off-white grayish, so it's gonna be F2 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 hex code. Save, and there we go. We're gonna make sure that its width is always 100% of the screen. I'm gonna give it a margin top of 1 rem, so it's a little separated from our navigation icons and bar up here. And then I'm going to give it a border bottom, say border bottom, 1 pixel solid, and we'll give it the 2.6 color, which is kind of like a black. And then I'm going to give this thing some padding all around of 1 rem. So we'll say padding 1 rem, so that all of our links have a little bit of breathing room from the sides, top, and everything. Oops, we had a typo here. Boom, there's our border bottom. So it looks like the real one. Okay, let's keep going. Let's grab our Mobile Nav LIs. Copy that. Say dot Mobile Nav LI, and we'll say display flex, align items center, and justify content space between. So this is going to push these chevrons on these ones all the way to the side. Give them some space and put them. Make sure they stay side by side. So if we save, there we go. And then we got to add border bottoms to those. So we'll say border bottom, 1 pixel, solid. And then we're going to do, for the color, E6, E6, E6. There we go. And then again, we're going to say, and we're actually going to move the padding from here to the actual LIs. It's my fault. And then we'll give them some space. So now it looks a lot more like the design. See that? There's ours. And now we got to actually style the modal nav links themselves. So let's grab modal nav link, that down here. And again, we're going to say color. It's going to be 262626. And then we'll say font size 15 pixels. And I got that font size because that's what they actually are. So if we right click and inspect, open this up, select the element, and it tells you the font right there, 15 pixels, and the color and everything like that. So again, that's how you can use Google Developer Tools to try to clone something. When you're trying to clone something, you don't have like the professional design files in front of you to know everything for sure. That's where your developer tools come in, guys. So not bad, pretty close. There's an ours. So now what we want to do is we want to make this thing not always be appearing, because we're going to make it appear with JavaScript, and then we're also going to turn this to an X. So kind of like theirs, right? Click it, it goes to an X, like that. So it's going to appear when we click it. So to do that, I need to make some classes that we're going to apply with JavaScript to our 3 buttons to make that behavior happen. So the first thing I want to do though is make this actually disappear, because now this is always going to be here. We don't want it to be here even if we go to desktop. It's always going to be here. So let's display that none. So again, let's see mobile nav links modal, copy that. Or we actually already have it right here. Let's just say display none. Okay, there we go. Now it's nowhere to be found, which is how we want it. And we have a bug here. How did this happen? So somehow this broke over here. Let's see if we can fix that. Oh, because this still has the top navigation class. Remember, we changed that to desktop navigation. Let's fix that. Paste that in there. Boom, fixed. There we go. I was going to say, how did I break the design? Didn't even touch anything. Okay. Anyway, so we made our modal with links disappear by default. So it's time to add CSS and JavaScript to make that functionality work. So the first thing that we're going to do, again, is make some CSS classes that will be applied when our button is clicked to make this go from 3 lines to an X. So let's do this. We'll go below modal nav link. We can put a comment here. We can say rotate hamburger bars on click, just so we, you can remember like what this code even does. And we're going to be using something called transform, rotate, and translate, stuff like that, to make it disappear and flip around. So I'm going to write the code out up first, and then I'll show you what it does. We'll add the JavaScript, and then we'll go into the CSS and see what it's doing and edit it so you can see what's going on. So we're going to be using our mobile bar class. So we'll say dot mobile bar, and I'll put this down here. So we'll say dot mobile bar, and then we're going to attach another class to it of rotate dash top. And then this is going to be maybe some funky CSS you've never seen before. So we're going to say transform, and we're going to say rotate 45 degrees, and then we're going to say translate. So rotate is like, what rotating is like, flipping it. And then we're going to say translate, and then we're going to say 4 pixels, or sorry, we'll say, we'll make it 6. We'll say 6 pixels, comma, 6 pixels. Okay, so that's going to be for rotating top. And again, nothing's going to happen because these classes are only going to be applied when we activate CSS and we click our button. So just bear with me. For the mobile, we want to make an X. So to make an X, we need to get rid of the middle bar as well. So we're going to make a class for that. So we'll say dot, or we can just probably say mobile bar dot, let's just call it rotate middle, and this is going to be put on with JavaScript dynamically, and we're just going to hide that bar, and we're going to say opacity 0, which will make it transparent, so it basically doesn't exist. It's basically like saying display none. It's the same thing. And then for the last bar, we'll say dot mobile bar, say dot rotate bottom, and then we can copy this. We're just going to make it a little bit different. So we'll say we're going to rotate this one the opposite, so minus 45 degrees, so it rotates the opposite way. And then we're going to say 4 pixels minus 4 pixels. Okay, so those are the classes that we need. And now we need to go add some JavaScript to make all this actually work so that when we click, this happens. So let's go do that. So let's open up our app.js. And first thing we have to do, like always, we got to grab our DOM elements. And if you don't know JavaScript, guys, or if you're super new to JavaScript, you can just go ahead and follow along. Again, if you want to learn JavaScript and everything from scratch, step by step, check out my complete web developer course, link in the description. But we're going to select our menu button first. So we'll say const, and we'll say mobile, or we can just say menu button. Say menu btn equals document, whoops, let's do an equal sign. Document dot get element by ID. And we're going to we're grabbing onto our hamburger button here. And we have an ID of menu-btn on there, so we can use that. Paste that in there, save that to a variable. And then we'll grab the modal part, which is the one that we just made that displays all these links like that. So we'll say const modal equals document dot, we'll use query selector for this because I think I just have a class on there. So we'll say document dot query selector, and we want to grab it by mobile nav links modal. Paste that in there. And then I'm also going to select our desktop navigation class so I can manipulate that. We're going to write some functions for that. So this desktop navigation class, copy that. We'll say const desktop nav equals document dot query selector, and we'll put in desktop navigation right there. That is a class, right? Yeah. Making sure. All right, so those are the DOM elements that we need that we're going to be using throughout to run this thing. So, and we actually need to grab, I forgot one element, guys. We need to grab our bars, our little mobile menu bars that we created. We got to grab that too. So for that, since there's multiple, we're going to use query selector all. So let's say const mobile bars equals document dot query selector all, because there's multiple of them with the class name on it. And then we're going to select it by its class of mobile bar. Boom. All right, guys, so now let's start writing our logic here that we have our main elements saved to variables in our DOM here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make it one more variable. So I'll call this like a kind of like a logic variable. Say menu open logic. And I'm going to say let menu open, so another variable. And then by default, that we're going to say that's false. The menu is closed by default because it is. Like the modal shouldn't be open by default. And then I'm going to set it to modal.style.display equals none. And then below it, we're going to make a function that is actually going to add our CSS classes so that when the bars are open, this will rotate and turn into an X. And then if it's closed, it'll remove the classes or it won't happen at all. So we're going to use an if statement for that. So we'll say set, or we'll say add CSS classes to rotate and rotate. We'll say rotate and turn bars into an X, or else remove the classes to put the bars back to normal. Okay, so we'll put these in a function. We'll say function, and we will say set bars. So it'll be our function name. And it's going to be, we'll pass a parameter in here of open. And a parameter is basically just a placeholder in a function. It's kind of like making another variable. And again, guys, I have a whole section that really explains parameters and arguments and functions really, really well in the course if you want to check that out. It's one of those like using parameters and arguments like tripped me up for a long time when I was a new programmer. So I think I did a really good job, or the best job I can, of explaining it better than anybody could in my course. So we'll say if open mobile menu bars. And remember, since we use query selector all on that because there's multiple elements with the same class on it. And what query selector all basically does is it turns those into an array on the back end so we can select them with an index. So the first one's going to be 0. So our first bar will say 0.ClassList.add. And we want to add our class. I think it's rotate top. Yeah. So let's just copy and paste it, rotate top. And then let's just copy this down 2 more times because we're going to be using very similar code. So then we're going to want, after 0, we'll select 1. And then this one's going to be rotate. Let's see, what do we make it? Rotate middle. Yeah. Copy this. Say, let's make that there. Don't want any typos or errors. So we'll change this to rotate middle. And then this is going to be 2. And if you've learned the basics of programming, you know that arrays index, they start at 0 instead of 1, and then you count up from there. So 0, 1, 2. Even though there's 3 of them, we start at 0. And then I think their last class is rotate bottom. Yes, it is. So we'll select rotate bottom. And I'll paste that in there. Okay. And then, so that's if we're opening the bar. So again, we're going to write another function with an event listener that'll open the bar, and then we'll run this. So if open, and then we're going to say else. And we're basically going to copy all of this and just remove the classes instead of adding them. So let's copy all that down, make our lives easy. So we're going to say class list dot remove instead of add. So we'll just say remove. Remove, and remove. Oops. So open the doors when we want, or else the classes should be removed and it should go back to normal. And then we'll write another function. So we'll say function, and this is going to be called open menu. And when we run the open menu function or call it, we're going to say that menu open, see, it's set to false by default, but when it's in here, it's going to be set to true. And this has to do, these variables, you can change them when they're in different scopes. So again, might go over your head, but since this menu open is out here, it's accessible to the whole page, but when we put it in a function, only the function knows that it's there again, and only when we run this function does it mean true. So even though it's false out here, within this function or when we call the function, it's always going to be true. And again, that's called scope. So we'll say menu open true, and then we're going to pass our set bars function here that we just made. And remember, we have a parameter in here of open that can change. This basically is just a placeholder. So set bars is going to also, we're going to pass true in there to basically say run this if statement to add all of these classes here, so it rotates and turns into an X. And then we'll say modal dot style dot display block. So remember, by default, the whole modal right now, let's display none. But again, when we call this function in a second, when we click it, it's going to put this style.display block on it. So it's going to add all of this function says, hey, from this if statement over here and the set bars open, it says add all the class lists onto it, rotate top, middle, and bottom, and then make sure open is set to true so that it actually fires off. So there's the function for open menu, and then we're going to have an opposite function for close menu. So we can literally just copy this down. Instead of open menu, we'll call this close menu. Let's say close menu. And then menu open is going to be, this is basically just going to be the opposite. So open menu is going to be false. Set bars is going to be false. Whoops. Going to be false. And modal.style.display is going to go back to none. So now we're going to attach an event listener to our button. So again, we have our menu btn class over here, which is this, okay? So let's grab that now. So we'll go down here and we're going to say toggle toggle menu open and close on button click. And toggle is just one of those nerdy programming words that means like change the state or change what's going on every time you click it, change it again on another click, back and forth, back and forth. That's what toggle means, back and forth. So let's say menu button. And remember, we're grabbing menu button from up here. We grabbed onto it earlier. We saved it to a variable. So we'll say menu button dot add event listener. And we're going to do it on click. And then we're going to run a function, and we'll just put this function right in here. It'll just be an unnamed function. We'll attach it right to the event listener. So instead of these are named function, this is called an anonymous function because it just has no name, doesn't need one. And we're going to say if menu open, menu open, run the close menu function that we just wrote, else open the menu. So again, simply, that's just saying these two functions we just wrote, now we're putting them into action. We're saying when the person clicks the button, and there it goes, now it's working. But when the person clicks the button, if the menu is already open, then close it. So let's say if it's already open, then if they click it, close it like that, and then rotate everything. So this is basically how we're getting the if else is basically creating a toggle now back and forth. So again, guys, let's just run through this one more time so you can see everything that's working together here. First, we save the elements that we're going to use over and over again to variables, right? Then we wrote a little bit of logic. We made another variable called menu open, and that's false by default and display none by default for the modal. So by default, we're basically saying, hey, page, expect this to be closed like this and the modal to not show by default, okay? We're just explicitly telling JavaScript that. And then next, add CSS classes to rotate and turn bars into an X, or remove the classes to put it back to normal. So this is just another function that we made here so that we could set up all this functionality. So if open, and remember open is just a parameter, it's just a placeholder, we're saying if open is triggered, add all the classes and rotate it, else take them all away, okay? Then we have a function called open menu where we send menu open to true instead of false here. It's set to true. Set bars gets set to true. So this gets set to true. And that means if it's true, all these fires off. That's why they're all firing. And then we have another function that's just the opposite, close. And if it's false, meaning if they click the button again, close them. And then that's what this if-else function is doing. It's saying if the person's opening, if the menu's already open, close the menu. If it's already closed, open the menu. Fire all this logic off into here. So that's how we're getting that. And then those cool classes that we made, they're actually working. So we got, remember, the classes, we're rotating this first line 45 degrees. We're getting rid of the middle bar altogether because X's only have 2 lines. And then we're rotating the other one and just rotating it in the opposite way to make an X so they crisscross. So bam, like that. Okay? And then everything shows here. Then close it. So again, every time we open and close it, this if-else statement's firing off. Is it closed? It's basically JavaScript is asking, is it closed or open? And if so, do whatever. So now there's a couple things that I want to change because now I want to make it so that when we click a link, the menu goes to closed. Or if we have this open and we click out of it, like down here, it closes as well. Because that's in a normal menu, that's what will happen. So of course, if you click a link, it'll normally go to another page and close the modal menu. Or if we have it open and we scroll down and it's still open and we click out of it, it should close as well. And I want to do that functionality now. So let's do some functionality first to do close when clicking a link inside the modal. So let's make a comment and we'll say close when clicking a link inside the modal. And again, this is normally some functionality that we wouldn't have to do because on a normal landing page, this would just take you to another page and it would close anyway. But since we're building it the way we're building it, we kind of have to do this. Since we're just doing like a little clone and we're not having multiple pages and all that. So let's grab our modal. So we'll say modal dot, and we're going to use query selector all because all of our modal links share a class of modal nav link, right? And so we'll say, and let's copy and paste that. So they all share this class, modal nav link. So we can kind of group them all together, which is nice. So modal.querySelector all, modal nav link. And then we can drop into a for each loop and loop through all of them so that if we click any one of them, we'll get the same behavior. So we can say dot for each, and then we can run a function inside the parentheses. And then I'm going to pass another parameter of link as a placeholder. And then we'll open up our curly braces. And we're going to say link dot add event listener. And of course, it's going to be a click because people click the links. And when we click the link, we're going to run our close menu function that we already made up here. See how see these two open menu and close menu, these functions help us out a lot because now whenever we want to do certain things, we can just, let's make that a comma, sorry. We can just drop each function in there to do that functionality. So with that code here, we can go open the menu, and now if we close any or click any of the links, oh, I forgot my dot here, my bad. Query selector all, you need, if it's a class, you got to put the dot. So let's try that again. Let's open it. If we click a link, it should close. Boom, and it did. Okay, cool. So there's that functionality. That's a little more normal behavior now. And we can actually make all this. All right, so we got that functionality. Now we want to close when clicking outside of the modal. But not the button because we already have that functionality. So in other words, if somebody opens it and they click up here or they click down here or the rest of the page, this closes automatically as well. So to do that, so let's put a comment. We'll say close when clicking outside of the modal or we'll say mobile nav links modal. And we're basically going to put a click event on our whole web page or the document as it's referred to in JavaScript. So we can put a whole click event so that anywhere else on the page we can run what we want to run. So how that's going to look is this document. All we have to do is use document. We don't have to put a variable or anything else because we're selecting the whole page basically. It's kind of like putting body for CSS or using the asterisk for CSS to select all. So document dot add event listener. Whoops, now we got 2 dots in there. What am I doing? And we're going to do a click, and then we're going to run a function. We're going to say function, and we're going to pass an E in there for the event object, so that we can grab onto different things on the page. And then we're going to use an if statement. We're going to say if the menu is not open. So if menu open is false, basically, return the following, or return, so end it. So if the menu is open, so we're saying if menu open is false, end the function. So end everything. Because return, the return keyword in functions, guys, means like terminate or stop. So stop running the function. Or we could say if, and we'll use the not operator, modal dot contains, and then we'll do parentheses because we're using the dot contains, which is a built-in method. We'll say e dot target and menu button dot contains e dot target, close the menu, run close menu, run our close menu function so that the modal displays none and our button goes back to being 3 bars. So again, let's go over this in plain English again, guys. So the code in here, so we're running a click on our whole document now, anywhere outside of the modal that we click. And the first thing we're checking if, we're saying if the menu is not open. So this exclamation means not. So if basically if the menu is not open, if it's already closed by default, return or stop running the whole function right there. We're good to go. We don't actually need to do anything. So now I'm clicking outside of here, and none of this is firing off. Nothing's changing because the menu is already closed, basically. This next block of code, if modal contains or doesn't contain, remember the not operator, e.target, and our e.target is the modal itself. So this says if the user didn't didn't click inside the modal, or they didn't click the menu button itself or anything else, then run close menu, because that's the only time we want to close it. So we have our menu open. And then the only time we want to close it now is if I click a link, if I click the button, or if I click outside of it. Okay, so those are the 3 conditions we're allowed to close the menu on. If I click anywhere inside the modal per this code here, it's not going to close. So I'm clicking. I didn't click a link, I'm just clicking in the modal itself. If I click below the modal, which again is just our document and is outside the modal, it'll close. So that's what that does. And now one last piece of functionality that I want to add is if our menu is open, let's say, if somehow our user switches to a new device or switches how big the viewport is or the window, I want this modal to close and display none by default so it doesn't stay open, because that'll ruin the experience. So to show you what I mean, to see it's open, the user goes to a bigger screen, we want to close this. So see how our mobile menu disappeared, but the modal remained. We don't want that. And then it's forcing our navigation to go, our desktop navigation to the bottom. We need this thing to close and display none as well at that same time. So we've got to write one more piece of functionality to do that. So let's go down here and we'll say close modal when switching to desktop layout. So now we're going to use the window. So we're going to say window, which we know what a window is, right? This is our whole window. So we're going to say window dot add event listener, because now we're basically going to be checking the screen size in pixels here with this. So we're going to use an event of resize. That's going to check if the user's resizing the window or how big of a device they're using. And then we're going to use a function, an anonymous function. Again, put our curly braces. And then here we're going to say const, and we're going to set a variable called desktop visible, and that's going to equal window dot, and we're going to use another method called get computed style, and we're going to be looking for desktop. And again, we'll go over this code in just a second. I know this might be confusing. And then we're going to say dot display not equal to none. And then we'll say if, below it, we'll say if desktop visible, close the menu. So there we go. We can use our close menu function again. Our function's awesome. You can just reuse them over and over, right? And we have a little typo. So desktop should actually be, what did we name that? Desktop nav, right? So that should be desktop nav, because that's what we want to go off of here. So let's just test this and we'll explain it again, because this might be confusing again. So let's open this up. Say the user changes to a bigger screen size for some reason. Boom. And then that closes, displays none, and then we're back to normal. Perfect. Okay, so that's working, so that's good. So again, we made a variable again. So we said first window.addEventListener. So now we're looking at the whole window here. This is the window, the whole window. And we're using a event listener called resize. So it's checking the size of the window at the time and seeing if the user's resizing it, basically kind of like tracking, like what are they doing. And then we're making another variable called desktop visible, because now we're basically checking, we're basically checking if the screen size is a certain height, and based off of remember we made media queries as well, so we're checking to see if the screen size is basically bigger than our media query, and if it is, we're closing the menu by default, and even if it's open or whatever. So we're saying window.getComputedStyle desktop nav, so basically check the styles in my CSS and see what I have my media query set to, and then if we're on a screen size where the display should not be none, or everything is displayed on for the desktop, if the desktop display isn't equal to none, then we're saying do the following, close menu. So we're basically saying in the next line, right, to make it more clear and to really make it do what we want, we're using just a simple if statement. We're saying if desktop visible, and we can even wrap this in curly braces to make it more of like a normal if statement, right? Okay, so it's saying, our if statement saying, hey, is the desktop visible? And to know that, look at his CSS and see what the display is, and we're using the resize and all that good stuff. And if the desktop styles are visible based on the CSS and media queries that I already have written here, close the menu. Okay, so let's just test it one more time. Open, bigger, 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 close the menu. So thank God that's over. That's one of the toughest, most difficult things. That's the most difficult we're going to do in this whole project, I promise, is that stupid navigation and making it how the Microsofts look, which is a pain in the butt because it's so different, and then making the modal open and close. All of that JavaScript we just had to write. That's all over, and that's behind us. Now we can continue on. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and move on to the next part. So we do have to do this little JavaScript slider, but before that, there's this little green ad banner, get school tech for less if you don't ever return in 60 days. So a little advertising. It's basically a link with another little chevron icon and a green background. So we'll make this little ad banner next. So in our HTML, let's make this a little bigger. We're going to go way down below all of our navigations. So both our navigations all the way down. And let's see, we're going to go below our container. This is also the closing container div. So we don't want any padding on the sides because this goes all the way across. So we're going to go out of the container too. So we can actually go right here. And our desktop navigation end should technically go right here because that's where it actually ends. We can even put it inside the header. And then down here, we'll make our we'll call it like the ad banner or something like that. We'll just put it in a div. We'll say .add -banner. And then since this is a link, right? It's a link and it has that little effect. Well, it actually has a different effect. It has like text decoration under it on hover, which is different than what we did up here. So we'll handle that though. We'll wrap this in an anchor tag and we'll give it a class of add-link and href of going nowhere. And then in between here, we'll just put the text. So it says get school tech for less. If you don't love it, return it with 60-day free returns. So let's see what we have here. So there's our text, and then we have to get that little chevron going to the right. So let's go to FontAwesome again. Say FontAwesome, and go to search. We'll type in chevron, and we'll select chevron right, and we'll just get the default size. So we'll copy that, paste it in our code, and it'll go right below the link here. And then let's see what we have. There it is, right next to it. Beautiful. So that's all the HTML we need. Let's style this up with CSS. So we'll grab our ad banner. And we can make our own little comment for the ad banner area. So we'll make a comment. Say add banner. and then we'll select it with the class add banner, and we'll style it up. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say display flex to make sure that the text and the chevron always stay next to each other. Then we're going to say align items center. Then we'll say justify content center. And then we're also going to say text align center. So the text align center, when we get to mobile, you'll see what I mean. We'll say column gap 0.5 rem to give some padding between the chevron and the text. We'll give it our background color, and you can view the background color for what their green that they're using, again, by doing right click inspect, get out of mobile view, select your element selector and just hover over it. So they're using 9BF00B for their green color, so we'll just say hashtag 9BF003, save. And now we've got it. Now we'll give some padding to make it, be a little bit taller. So we'll say down here, say padding. We'll say 1.2 rem top and bottom, and a full 2 rem left and right. That'll kind of make it look a little bit closer to the size that Microsoft has it at. And we might even want to say 1.1 rem. Get a little smaller or a little less tall. It's about the same size right there. Okay. So now let's style up the text. So to do that, we'll style up. We'll grab the add link class, copy that. And again, we're just eyeballing everything here. I can get the colors right, but I don't know exactly how tall this is, but I think I did a pretty good job. Sometimes, and that's what you're going to have to do, guys, when you're cloning sites for project, is just eyeballing stuff, trying your best. So for the add link, we're going to use a font size of 15 pixels. We're going to use a font weight of 600 because it's a little bold looking. And the color is going to be black for the font. Again, looking pretty close now. We're doing a pretty good job. Let's add a transition now, because when we hover over this link, we want it to have the text decoration underline like it does here. So let's get out of this. It's got text decoration underline. So let's make that happen. So we'll say transition all 0.1 second. So pretty much instantly. We'll say ease in. And we'll do add link hover. And we're going to say text decoration underline. So we'll save and check that. There we go. Now we're getting the underline. And then you'll notice that this little chevron also gets pushed over when we do it. So we can do that. Maybe we can say like margin right 5 pixels or something like that. See if that works. So let's see, margin right. There we go. And then let's check this on mobile. So we right click and inspect. View this in mobile. So that's what ours looks like in mobile. Right click and inspect, and theirs looks the same. So we're pretty much good there. We just need to add some line height in between our words so they have that space in between each paragraph. We don't have that. So we can just add that up here, honestly. We can just say line height 1.6, save, and then now we've got some spacing there like they do. So that looks a little bit closer. It might even be, no, it's pretty good. We'll leave it there. And that's probably all we have to do. We don't have to add any more media queries just yet because it looks that looks fine on mobiles. You can try it on other phones. Looks fine. So we'll be adding more media queries, of course, but for now we don't need to for this little banner. We're good to go. All right, cool. All right, guys, so now let's go ahead and start building the next area. And on the Microsoft page, it's a JavaScript slider. And there's not only a slider there, but there's also a slider down here. So now there's 2 sliders to deal with. So what I've decided to do for this project build to keep things simple, beginner friendly, is we're not going to make these sliders. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this image right here and we're going to make it just a static showcase area, not a slider, with this image and this text. And then that way it'll give us a template that we can copy and paste and reuse for this showcase area. And then what'll be a showcase area down here. The reason we're going to skip making the slider is because if we do end up doing both of these sliders, that's going to add hundreds of lines of JavaScript and a lot of complexity. And I want to stay away from that here. That's not a good way for you guys to learn JavaScript, guys, by watching somebody code a slider from scratch for 2 hours. I know it's like the kind of courses a lot of people sell, but that's not how you learn programming in JavaScript. How you learn that stuff is by learning the fundamentals and building really, really small projects and leveling up slowly. And then you'll be able to chain together all those fundamentals to make something like that. We've already done a lot of JavaScript just with our mobile menu. I mean, what do we have? 100 lines probably. And there was, a decent amount of complexity. So 70 lines of JavaScript. And there was a decent amount of complexity in this. It wasn't too hard, but I want to keep the JavaScript as minimal as possible. So again, we'll have our mobile menu, which already works really well with some features. But keep this mainly HTML and CSS with just a little bit of JavaScript for you guys. So if you want to build this whole thing out with me and then challenge yourself to build the slider on your own, go for it. But we're just going to make these static showcases. So again, I said we're going to make it this image, and we're going to make ours look like this. So it's going to look just like Microsoft. There's just not going to be controls down here. And then when we go down to mobile, it'll look like this, where we'll have the text on the bottom and a different text box right below it with some box shadow. So we're going to still copy all of the design. So let's get started. Let's go back to our HTML. And we're going to go under the add banner that we just made. And we'll make a main tag, because this is going to be on the main content of the page. And I'm going to call this section, I'm going to say section. We'll use the section tag. And we'll give it a class of .showcase. Within the showcase, I'm going to use a class called .showcase container. And then within the showcase container, we're going to make another class called showcase text container. And you'll see why we're doing all these divs in the future, because this is going to help us make everything reusable for those other two areas that we're going to do, so we can do a bunch of copying and pasting later on in the project. So just follow me here. It's always good, guys, just when you're looking at a design, try to look at the whole design and then see what's similar in different sections, so that in your mind you can build reusable blocks of code like we're about to do. Like, for example, I realize that this is going to be 1, 2, 3 showcases. So I'm setting up our code now to make it reusable for the future showcases. I also noticed that there's cards right here. Look at how many cards here. What I like to call these are cards. These product cards or whatever you want to call them. These are all going to be the same, at least these 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are all going to use the same markup with just different content. So we're going to remake those and copy and paste them. And then there's these cards here, which are even still similar. So we might be able to use most of the code for these. So we're basically setting ourselves up for future success and less code by doing things a certain way. So kind of as you get more advanced, try to do that when you look at designs. Don't try to rewrite the code for every section. Look at what's already similar, because a lot of websites use the same features over and over again, and just think in your mind like, okay, I'm going to make this once and copy and paste it several times with different content. You got to get into that habit as soon as you can. So let's continue on. So in our showcase text container, and that's going to be for the text. So we're going to have our header, our paragraph, and our little call to action. That's all going to be in this text container just for the text. So let's start with the header. So we'll do an H2, and we'll give it a class of showcase-header. And we're going to copy the text in here. So I'm just going to copy this. It says save up to $500 on select Surface Laptop and Copilot plus PC. So we'll just copy and paste that. See what we got. There's ours so far. And then below that, we'll make a paragraph, and we'll give that a class of showcase-p, showcase paragraph. And then we'll go ahead and copy and paste this code again. So copy, study smarter with AI-powered companion, okay? And then below that, we're going to have our, what I like to call a CTA, or a call to action. It's just basically a clickable link. And then even when we hover over it, it turns darker. So it's just, shop, Surface, and Laptop. It gives the user something to do, right? We'll go ahead and make an anchor tag, and it's not going to go anywhere. We'll just put the hashtag in there. I'm going to give this a class of showcase-CTA. Remember, CTA means call to action. It tells the user to do something. And then we'll just put the text in here. Shop, Surface, Laptop, Copilot, plus PC. Okay, so let's look at what we have so far. Got all of our text in here for the showcase. And that's really all the HTML markup that we need, because we're going to have this come in as a background image, so we'll do that with CSS. So let's go to our CSS now and add everything in. So let's go to CSS, and let's see, we got our media queries, got our ads. So we're going to go below our add banner, CSS, and we're going to comment this section. We'll call this the top showcase because there's going to be several ones. So we'll say top showcase. And then we're going to select our showcase container class. So that's going to be right here. Select that. Say dot showcase container. And we're going to say background image URL. And I'm going to go image. And then I saved this under the Copilot PC Showcase Lite version.avif if you're using my images. So go ahead and select that in your image file. Nothing's going to show yet. Well, it's kind of starting to show, but we got to give this some width and style it up. So I'll show you real time what we're doing. Look at ours. So next we're going to say background repeat. No repeat, because background images repeat in tile by default. We don't want that. We'll say background position. We want this baby to be in the center. There we go. So you can see it's already starting to change over here. And then we'll say background size, and we'll say cover. Okay, so now you can even see the laptop. So it's getting better and better. Next, we're going to give it a width. We're going to say width. Want to make sure it's always 100% of the screen, so we're going to put that there. And then we're going to give it a height of 600 pixels, so we'll really be able to see the image now. Boom. There we go. So you can see we still have to make it mobile responsive, but there we go. As far as the image goes, we can see it now. Looking pretty close, pretty exact to the original. Now we got to style up this text area. So we're going to say, still in our showcase container, we're going to say display flex align items center. And what that'll do, is you can see, is it'll bring our text down so it's more centered right here. Because it's not like completely centered, but it's right here in the original one, so that'll at least help us initially. Whoops. Keep clicking those links on accident. All right, so we'll start it with our text right there. And ours might not look completely identical. It's going to look really close though. So next we got to style up our showcase text container. So let's go to index, select showcase text container, put that there, select it with our dot selector. And what we're going to say here is margin left, and we'll say 7 rem. Push it over to the side, and then we're going to say width 40%, because the width on this one, as you can see on desktop, the width is like cut off, so everything isn't going all the way across. So that's what we're doing there with ours. Now we just got to space it out. And the reason we used display flex and align center is just because, like, mobile responsive wise, it'll make the text just kind of stay glued to there, which is just a lot easier to maintain. I'm not sure what they did here. Maybe they just used a little bit of margin top. It's better to use flexbox than you can to keep stuff exactly where it should be. So next, let's style up our showcase header, which is this text here. So let's go grab showcase header, which is our H2. Say dot showcase header. And I got the general styles from this, again, just by using our Google developer tool. So if we right click and inspect, select our selector, and then just hover over it, it'll tell you that the color of this text is black and it's 37 font pixels when you hover over it. Okay, so again, that's where I'm getting some of the styles from for this thing. So of course we're going to make ours that. So we'll say font size 37 pixels, color is black or 000, and then we're going to give it a font weight of 600 because ours is looking a little bold. Remember, our text isn't going to look identical because we're using a different font because we don't have the Seago UI from Microsoft, but that's okay. It's close enough. And then if we look how it looks now, looks pretty close to the original. Again, our font's just a little bit different. Next, let's style up our showcase paragraph, or showcase P. So let's grab that, copy this, So dot showcase P. And for this, the font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we're going to say margin top 1 rem. Give it some space there. And now we got to do our little call to action button or our link. So for that, grab the showcase-CTA right here. And we'll go down, dot showcase-CTA. So for our showcase CTA, we got to make it look like this with the blue and everything. So we're going to say background color. And again, I got the background color from using the developer tools and hovering over it. We're going to say 0067 B8. That'll be that dark blue. So there's ours. I'll let you look at that as we update it. The color of the text is going to be white. We're going to give it padding all around of 10 pixels. We're going to say display inline block. Say margin top 1 rem. And then for the text inside of our link, we're going to say font weight. So say font weight of 500. And then when we hover over it, it has to turn darker. So we'll put the hover on there, the hover effect. So we'll just say transition all 0.1 seconds, ease in, and then we're going to grab our showcase.cta, and then we're going to do the pseudo selector of hover with our colon, and then on hover we're going to say background color, and we want it to be a darker blue, and that darker blue is going to be 045 CA5. Okay, there you go, just like that. Now it looks just like theirs again. I got that color by hovering over this thing. You can see when we also hover, it's very subtle, but there's also some box shadowing that appears. It kind of has a little shadow to it, so we're going to add that to ours as well. So I'm going to copy and paste some box shadowing in here that I got from an online tool. Save, and then when we hover over ours now, we get that little subtle bit of box shadowing. I don't ever write this box. So just to explain this is the normal box shadowing code. Kind of hard to memorize. I don't really like it. I never write box shadowing from scratch. I always use an online tool or AI. And then this WebKit box shadow and Moz box shadow, it's basically a different way of writing box shadow to make sure that it's compliant with other types of browsers as well, not just Chrome. You probably really don't need these used to be basically fallback styles for like Internet Explorer and stuff like that, and old Mozilla. Probably don't even need these anymore. We could probably just delete those out because all modern browsers pretty much run on the Chrome backend, so they all interpret stuff pretty much the same nowadays. So we'll just delete those out. If you want to know the tool that I use for box shadowing, I just go to Google, and I've been using this tool for like every other tool that I show you guys. I just type in CSS box shadow generator, and then I should actually show you the website. So we'll say CSS box shadow generator, and I use this cssgenerator.org. I've been using this forever, and it's just a little slider. And you can do this on your own now if you want to pause the video and play with this, but this is how you can get box shadows in and like visually edit it. And then what it'll do down here, and you can even change the color of the box shadow, the spread radius, you can make it really subtle like that. And you can just copy this part, you can copy the whole thing and just paste it into whatever you want to add box shadowing to. And yeah, this website's been around for at least 10 years, man. So that's how I did that. I'm not going to do all of that on screen just to save time, but that's how I do it. All right, so there's ours, there's theirs. So ours is just a little further down, but I prefer it to be centered again with flexbox just to make it more manageable on different screen sizes. So if you want to just do what they did and maybe just put some margin top and margin left, up to you. But even, these big companies, they know what they're doing for the most part, but if I see some place where I think I can improve the design and make it more easy to work with, like I'll do that. Everything doesn't have to be pixel perfect, guys. Like I said, at first glance, like if you had both of these open and all you saw was just the top part, you wouldn't know which one is which. Like our design already looks very good. It looks pretty close. So one thing that I do see that we need to do is bring our ad banner down a little bit because there is more space in between their ad banner and their nav and ours. So let's actually fix that right now. So I'm going to go to my ad banner and we'll say margin top 1 rem. There we go. And then let's see how ours looks. Much closer. Okay, so good. We fixed that little tweak. So we don't want to be pixel perfect, but we want it to be pretty damn good, right? So we'll fix little things that are worth fixing. Okay, so there's our showcase for the desktop. So now we got to go and do some media queries to make this thing look good. And what we also need to do, guys, we're going to make some separate HTML for the mobile version of this, because we're going to have like a text box that sits right below the background image on mobile screens and smaller tablets. So we're going to make extra HTML markup for that, and we'll just display it when we need to. It's a lot easier than trying to take the text out, putting it down here by using, position absolute and all that. That gets really messy. So sometimes it's better just to make like we did with our mobile menu. Sometimes it's better to just make more HTML and just do it that way. And we're going to do that here. So let's actually go back to our HTML, and we're going to go below so remember how we made a showcase container? We're going to go below that, and this is why we set up our stuff like we did, because I knew we were going to make more markup to make this box for mobile screens. And we're going to make a div right below it, so we're above our closing section of our showcase, and below the closing div of the showcase container, because we want it to stack. So we're going to make a div, and we're just going to call it mobile showcase text container. So it's very descriptive. We know exactly what it does. And we're going to drop an H2 here. And we're basically just going to copy, the text. And, we can even copy the whole H2 and the whole class, because we still want the styles to carry over. So let's just grab the whole thing. We don't have to make a separate mobile class for that stuff. We're just making a different container, basically, to hold the content. So we'll grab that, and then we'll grab the CTA and the paragraph. So let's grab these two, copy and paste them below here. Boom. And now if we look at our design now you can see where it's going to be, right? So now we just got to style this up, make this display none on mobile, and then make this display, and then we got to make it display none on desktop too. So let's do that. Let's go to our media queries. And while we're here, let's grab our mobile showcase text container. And again, this whole showcase area, the mobile showcase text container, we're going to be copying and pasting and reusing all these code and all these classes for those other showcases as well. So it's going to be really nice. We basically just have to build this once and then copy and paste it and maybe make a few tweaks to the other sections. But that means it'll go way faster as we get through the project. So we got our mobile showcase text container class. We're going to go down here to our media queries. And first of all, before we hit the media queries, we're going to paste it down here. And we're going to display that none on desktop, because we don't want that there by default. Okay, so that gets rid of that. Now it's just our normal text. And then we're going to go down to our media query, and I'm actually going to change this from 1279 to 1280. I missed a pixel earlier because it looks... I test stuff off of video before I record, and 1280, it looks a lot better if we make that the cutoff. So just do that with me now. I don't want to get too into that. And then we're going to go down here, and on mobile, we're going to say showcase text container display none to the regular one, because we don't want that up here. So let's copy showcase text container. Say dot showcase text container display none. And again, this is going to be getting down to when we get to like smaller tablet sizes. We're going to make our mobile stuff. And down here, we'll grab and we'll style up the mobile showcase text container. So let's grab that class again. Copy that. And then we'll say dot mobile showcase text container. And then for that, we're going to display block. So there it is. We're going to give it padding of 2 rem all around the text. So it's got some breathing room in our little white box there. And then we're going to add some box shadow. So I'm just going to copy and paste the box shadow that I have saved for this area. And you know how I got my box shadow, right? I already showed you the tool. And then you can't really see it now, but you'll be able to see it as we keep building the design. There is some box shadow down there now. And then we also, if you notice, our image is too big now. So there is actually like a smaller mobile image. And again, if you use my images, I already saved it for you. But you have to go on the regular Microsoft screen. You have to go down to where it's like this and then right click and save it again, because they use 2 different sized background images, one for smaller screens and tablets, and one for this large one is different for desktops. So you have to save them both. So make sure you do that if you didn't, because you need the smaller image if you're not using my files that I provided for you on GitHub or with my images. So let's copy our showcase container from up here and just modify what we need to. So it's right here. Let's copy this big chunk. And I'm going to go put that right here. All right. And we really just need to change the image on it. Everything else can go away because we're just reusing all this code anyway. You don't need to put it twice. So this one is going to be img. It's going to be a different file name because it's a different image. So it's going to be img. And then it's called tablet showcase pilot light. That's what I saved it as. Save. And now you can see here, it's already looking a lot better. So, and then once it gets here, it starts not looking so hot. So we can change that as well with media queries. So we'll make another one. And it's mainly because the height of this is so big. So let's copy our media query code right here. And we're going to make another media query. So this one's going to be 700 pixels and smaller. So basically mobile screens. And then we can just copy this because all we need to change now is the height on the image. It's way too tall. So we can just move this down. We can say height from 600 to 250 pixels. And then on those smaller screens, it'll look a lot better. See that? See how it fixed itself? Okay. So tablet, small tablet, mobile, boom. Looking better. And then we can see our box shadow now. Okay. Looks just like theirs. I mean, ours is a little more subtle. I think ours looks a little better, but okay. So look at this, guys. Like, look, just from these views alone, this looks very similar. Like, and you will, when you're cloning pages, when you get good at HTML and CSS, it kind of gets frustrating because as you go back and forth when everything's so identical, sometimes it's better to leave the favicon off the design until the end because, like, I'll often make mistakes and think that I'm editing the page and looking at the real page and then nothing's updated and I get pissed off. Like, it's kind of funny. So it's hard to tell right now, even just looking at them. Like, you won't know at first glance what you're looking at. So I think that's it. I think maybe let's just check how this actually looks on mobile devices instead of just using the drag tool. So let's go to like this is like a tablet, an iPad mini. See that? Looks pretty good. Looks a lot better, right? Go to a smaller phone, Samsung Galaxy S8. Looks pretty good. Go to an iPhone. iPhone 12. Okay. iPhone 5. Really small screen. Okay, so there we can see we need to fix at least our font. So that'll be the text container, showcase text container. So it's mainly going to be the header that's really big. So let's see if we can change that now. So let's see, that'll just be the .showcase header class. So let's grab that. So it's right here. Copy this down. And we'll do 700 and below. So .showcase header. I'm going to change the font size to 28 pixels for that. We'll keep everything else the same. Whoops, 28, not 18. And that looks a lot better. Okay, so we kind of fixed that. That's good. And then we can also grab the showcase text container because I think we have margin left on there by default that we probably don't want. Yeah, it's right here. And we can probably put that for like all mobile styles. We could probably say margin left 0 because remember we had to give it margin left for the desktop design. So that should look better. Let's see. So let's go ahead and move on. I think this looks good for mobile now. Mobile and tablet. Looks really good. Very cool. It's very nice what we can do with just a little bit of HTML and CSS, right? So let's move on now. Our next section is going to be these little icons. So this will be like the icon area. So really simple, just some icons. And then we'll use flexbox to position them. And how many is there? 6. So we'll use flexbox, flex wrap to wrap them onto new lines if it gets too small, and we keep it simple. So let's go into our HTML, get this done. So let's go below our showcase and above our main tag, and we're going to put this section in our container class. So let's use our .container utility class, and then we're going to say section we'll call this section the Microsoft icons. We'll say Microsoft dash icons, And then below that, we'll make another div with the class of icon containers. Oops, icon container. Or yeah, icon container, sorry. And then within there, so each icon's getting an icon container is basically how we're doing it. And then each one is going to be wrapped in a link because on the real page, these are all links. So inside of icon container, we're going to do an anchor tag with the class of Microsoft icon link. And our links are going nowhere. And then in there, we'll put the actual icons, which are actually saved as images. We were actually able to get the actual icons because they're just images. So we're going to go into the image folder. So the first one is a Surface device. So I'm going to go image and type in Surface. And there it is, Surface devices icon SVG. And then we'll save. For the alt text, we'll say shop, or we can just say Surface devices. And then look at ours. See what we have there. There it is. Now icons are really big by default, so we'll resize those with CSS, but our icon is showing. And then there's also a link below each icon that says like what to shop for, so we'll make that. So right below it, we'll make another link. We're going to make them separate. And then we'll give these separate links a class of, copy, we'll say Microsoft icon link dash text. And as you can see, guys, I like making a lot of classes. I like making different descriptive classes for everything. So if I ever have to tweak anything, I know exactly what to select. There's no guesswork on what is what and what it does, right? It's always good to have more long-winded names for your classes and IDs and variables if you're programming than to have them super short and abbreviated to where you won't even know what it does if you have to come back to the project in the future. And then, so this text is shop Surface devices. So that's one icon. We have more to go here, so let's copy this down 5 times. So we'll get this one icon container and we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll go down to our second one, and that's going to be Xbox, my favorite. Shop Xbox games and consoles. So let's go here, make this an image, and type in X, and it's going to be Xbox icon.svg. Sure we got the right one there. Yes. And then the text for that is going to be shop Xbox games and consoles. Let's say shop Xbox games and consoles. Next, we got shop for accessories. Say image, and it's going to be accessories icon.svg. Say shop for accessories down here. Okay, next we got shop for your business. So we'll go here, image, business icon SVG, and shop for your business. Couple more. Got the PC icon, image, and then we can update our alt text here. Honestly, these are really just decorations, so we really don't even need alt text, but shop for accessories, shop for Xbox. Okay. All right, and then we got find your next PC. So we got, let's see, shop for PC. And then the text is find your next PC. And then we got choose your Microsoft 365. So let's see, image, Microsoft, gonna be an SVG, right? 365 icon right here. Choose Microsoft 365. And then the text, choose your Microsoft 365. Okay. So we have all of our huge icons with the text here. So now we just got to style this area up. So let's go to our CSS and we'll go, let's copy this comment. And we're going to go right here. Call this Microsoft Icons. Whoops, Microsoft, not Sift. Okay. And then we're going to grab our Microsoft Icons section. Copy that. Dot Microsoft Icons. I'm going to say display flex. And we're going to say align item center. And then we'll say justify content center. Give them a gap of 2 rem, so padding basically 2 rem top, bottom, sides all around. And then we're going to say this section needs a margin top of 8 rem, at least on desktop, to bring it down. And now we're going to, let's see what we got so far. Not bad. And now we're going to flex our, we're going to select the icon containers now to make sure that the text and the icons always stay completely centered like this. So let's grab icon container, copy that. Let's say dot icon container. And then we're going to say display flex, align item center, justify content center, flex direction columns. They stay stacked. Okay. And then we got to grab the icons themselves. So let's grab, because they're so big now that it's just all messed up. Whoops. Our icons disappeared. We got to fix that. So let's grab them. Let's see, Microsoft Icons. Or no, we want to grab, what is it? Microsoft Icon. So we got to put our class on our images that we forgot to. Or I guess we could do icon container img. So let's just do that. We'll say all the images, so basically all the icon images. We're going to say width 40 pixels. And we want these to wrap to new lines when stuff gets too scrunched up. So we're going to go up to Microsoft Icons and we're going to say flex wrap. So they'll basically by default go mobile and go onto new lines. See how they just did that? So this is our area for our icons. So I have to style up the links. Let's do that. Or the link text, it's blue and underline. So we'll grab Microsoft icon link text. And we'll go down here. Say color. And it's going to be the 0067B or 677B8 color. And then we're going to say text decoration underline. So on ours, the only difference I see is their font weight looks a little bit bolder. So maybe we could try changing that on ours. So we could say font weight 600, save. That's more like it. Okay, so there's ours, there's theirs, pretty identical. And if we, since we have the flex wrap on, if we shrink our screen, they'll automatically go mobile. Oh, so this is the original. And then this is ours. Pretty much behaves the exact same way. All right, so it should be it for the Microsoft Icons area. On smaller screens, we might just want to make the margin a little bit less, so it's not quite so far away. So maybe we can say go here, select this, and maybe put here Microsoft Icons margin top, maybe like 5 rem instead of 8, because 8 is a lot for smaller screens. Everything else can stay the same. Probably it'll make it look a lot better. Yep, that's better. Okay, so we'll keep it there. All right, so next up, let's look at their design. We have the product card. So we're going to call this like the product card area or P card or something like that. So we'll go ahead and get these. And then the good thing is when we build these, we'll have a template for these cards and probably for these cards. And then we already have 2 more showcases that we're going to have, and we already have the code for those. So it looks like we still have a lot to go, but the way that we've coded this, guys, we're going to be able to do a lot of copying and pasting in just a little bit. So it'll make this project go way faster. It's going to be nice. So let's start with our product cards. So it's these cards right here. And then you can see they flex down and go side by side. They go from 4 across to side by side to single. So we'll make ours do that as well. So let's go to our markup and our HTML. And then we want to stay in our container because this is also going to be the container. So just go below the section. So you should have div and main, and then we're going to put our new section here. And we're going to call this section dot product dash cards. And then each one is going to be its own card, and we'll probably just call that, we'll just call it .p dash card for product card. And then so what each card has is just an image at the top, header, paragraph, CTA. So we'll do that now. So the first thing we'll do on our P card is our image. So we'll say image, img, and then we'll give it a class of p-card-img. Our first image is going to be accessories you'll love with this little new badge right here. So we'll do that. So it's going to have this image and this text and learn more. So we have to get our accessories image. So let's go img into our folder. Accessories you'll love.avif. And yep, we got it right there. So that's good. So we got to look, let's go back here so we know what our text and everything is and what we're doing. For alt text, we'll just say shop accessories again. And then below the image, we're going to have a container for all of the text. So we'll make another div and we'll call it p-card-text-container. And then for this one, we're going to have a special one because we have to have this little new badge here. So only that card's going to get it. So we'll just make a div really quick and we'll give it a class of promotion text. So we'll say promotion text. And we can even, if we want to be more semantic, we can just give that a P instead of a div. Because it's technically it's just a little paragraph, or maybe we could probably even give it like an H4, but we'll just keep it a P, whatever. And all the text that's in here, it just says new. So nothing special. So we'll style that up though, so it looks like, you know, yellow or orange. And then we'll have another H3 is what we're gonna use for the headings here, and we'll give that a class of p-card-header. And then the first one's gonna say accessories you'll love, so we can copy that here. Okay, accessories you'll love, and then below that we'll have the paragraph, and that's gonna be .p-card-text. And my bad, I want to make that a P tag. There we go. And then let's just put the text in here. Oops, actually click the link. Copy this, and then we'll put that text in there. And then we have a link below here, or a CTA. And we'll call it, we'll say a-p-card-CTA. And the text for that is just going to say, learn more. So this is what we have so far. I just got to style it up and then copy and paste all the other cards and change the content. So we can actually, let's do that. Let's get all the content in for our cards. So let's take this P card, copy it down 3 more times. So we'll say 1, 2, 3. And then fill in our, so the next one is achieve the extraordinary, right? Let's fix that typo that I see. Probably gonna have a lot of typos in here. You know me, always a lot of typos, right? So let's go to our next card, and that's gonna be, we're gonna get rid of this P promotional text because that's only for that one card. And let's get rid of that for the other 3 before we forget, or the other 2. Don't want that there. So let's copy this, achieve the extraordinary. That here, and for this we'll just say image achieve extraordinary. Copy this text here. Geez, keep clicking this stuff. Copy this text, paste it here, refresh this page because then it changes the order. So like when you click on stuff, how Microsoft does it is like, I've noticed that when you click on one of these cards, it'll like change the order to like a new one. So let's see if we can get it to how it was. Refresh the cache, click the logo. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the order was, but look at, see, it's like changing the order of the cards. There we go. So every time you refresh the page, the cards change order by 1. So that's probably more JavaScript, right? Kind of weird how they did that, but it must do some, must achieve something. Like, I'm always fascinated with how big companies work, because like that must, like, they must have done some kind of testing that showed when they do that, people are more prone to clicking the next one because it's in a different position or something. I don't know. Who knows what the psychology is behind that, but there's something there. All right. Let's see. Shop Microsoft 365 is going to be this link. So shop Microsoft 365. And then the next one is going to be Copilot is your AI companion. So for this, I don't even know. Just say shop 365 for that link text. For this, we'll say the next one, download Copilot app. I'm not really the best accessibility person, guys, honestly. Unless I'm making a website that I know a bunch of disabled people are for sure going to use, I don't really care about it. So no, that's not the politically correct answer, but I don't give it, I don't really care. All right, AI companion image, and then we got to get this. Copilot is your AI companion text. Copy that. Okay. And then always by your side, blah, blah, blah. Put that text in here. And then this CTA should say download the Copilot app. So we'll say download the Copilot app. Okay. So we're getting there. We got one more card to do. You can see our cards are taking shape here. And the last one is trade in and get up to $180 off of your console. Well, that's cool. I don't have an old console though. Mine's the new one. All right, so trade in. All right, so let's go to our image here. Image, trade in -AVF. Alt text should say trade in console for money off or something like that. Copy this text. Copy this text. And then this CTA will say shop Xbox consoles. So we'll say shop Xbox consoles. And then you can see here, this one has another thing, check your device's eligibility with a chevron. I'm going to leave that part out just for time's sake. It's not really important that we put this in here because it's, we're just making the front end anyway. So let's just leave this out for time's sake. I don't feel like doing extra coding for that. So we'll keep all of our cards nice and uniform and easy to deal with. So let's see what we got so far. Okay, so there's the cards. Now we just got to style them up, right? So let's do that. So in our CSS, we'll go below our icons. So Microsoft icons, so right here, product cards. Grab our product cards class up here, section. So we'll copy our product cards class here. Say dot product cards. And we're going to say, first thing, margin top 4 rem, bring them down a little bit from our icons. Okay. Margin bottom 6 rem, so we can see them when we're done styling them right there. Put that space right there. And then for this one, we're going to actually, we'll be a little bit different. We'll say display. We'll use grid. Let's use grid. So we'll say display grid. And then I'm going to say grid template columns. Repeat for 1FR, so in other words, be 4 across, take up 1 fraction or 1FR, be the equally widthed. Okay, so if we look at it now, can't see it good here, but they're taking shape for 1FR. This is how we use grid. And again, if you want to learn grid and all of that stuff, everything hand-holded and in perfect order, check out the Complete Web Developer course. It's all in there. We're going to say justify items, center, and align items center, so they always stay centered next to each other. And then we're going to give them a column gap of 1 rem so that they break apart. Okay, so we're getting there. So let's go down here and we'll select each individual card now with pcard. They all have the pcard class. So we'll say .pcard. And we're going to give them all the max width of 400 pixels. We're going to say a height. At least for desktop, they're going to be pretty tall, and I'll show UI in a second. They're going to be 660 pixels high. Our font size in there is going to be 14 pixels. And then we're going to say position is going to be relative, because we're going to use some absolute positioning in here for the CTAs, and that's part of the reason why we have to make everything so tall. So you'll see what I mean, trust me. And then these also have some box shadow around them. If we look at Microsoft, they've got box shadow, so I'm going to copy paste my box shadow over here that I got for this area. I'll copy, paste that in. We're going to style up our P-card images. So let's grab our P-card image class. Say dot P-card image. We want those to always be width 100%. Okay, so there we go. Now it makes our boxes more. Now that equaled up all of our boxes on width and height and everything. Okay, so you can see now they're really taking shape. We got to style up the promotion text, which is just on this one, but there's one more card that'll have it later on. So let's grab that class, just going down in order. So grab this here, promotion text. Say dot promotion text. I'm going to give it a background color of, it's kind of like a gold yellow. It's FFB900. And then we're going to want it to display inline block so it doesn't go all the way across like that. And then we'll say padding 6 pixels left and right, 12 pixels up and down. And then we'll say margin bottom of 8 pixels. And then we got to also style up, we got to grab our P-card text container, because that's got to get styled up too. We skipped that on accident. So let's say, let's see, below the image, say dot P-card text container. And we'll say, we're going to do padding. We'll say 2 rem top, and then 1 rem all the way around. Top, so top 2 rem, right, bottom, and left are all going to be 1 rem. Gives it some room in the card there. There are text and breathing room. And then for our promotion text, we got to add a few more styles. We want to make this font size 16 pixels, font weight a little bit bolder, so we're going to say 600. And the color is going to be black for the text. And now it looks more like this one. It's pretty identical now. Okay. So now let's style up all of our headers here. So let's say P-card header. I'll say dot P-card header. And for that, we're going to say font size 31 pixels. Because as you can see, at least on desktop, they're pretty, the headings are pretty big. Maybe not at 31. Maybe we'll make them a little smaller. Oh, let's see. What does it say on here? Let's right click and inspect. Get out of mobile. Select our element selector. Font size. Okay, so it's 29 pixels for these headings. So we'll do that. So let's do, I mean, it's still pretty big though, right? So 29 pixels for that. We'll say color, black, font weight. Just going to go down to 500, so it makes them a little smaller, a little less bold. We'll say margin bottom of 1 rem to give it some room. There we go. And now let's grab our P-card text. Copy that. And as you can see, guys, we're just going down in order, breaking everything down, going in order. That's all you got to do. Even though these big pages look scary at first, but if you make everything one small little step at a time, it's very easy. So for that, we're just going to say line height 1.6 to give our text some room that stacks on each other. There we go. And I think our P-card CTA is going to be pretty much identical to the showcase CTA. So what we'll do is I'm going to, in case we need to change it in the future, I'm going to keep the different class names, but we'll pretty much copy paste all the styles over for that. So, and I think they also have a hover event. Let's see. Let's get out of here. They do. So they do. It's basically the same stuff as our showcase CTA, but in case we have to change them at all, again, we're gonna keep different class names on there. So let's grab the pcard CTA class. So we make sure we don't get a typo here. We'll say dot pcard CTA, and then below it we're going to see dot pcard CTA hover to add the hover effect. Okay. And then let's just copy and paste. Go up to our showcase. And let's do this. Copy that. That here. Okay. So, and we will actually do a couple of different things on here too, so it's good that we're doing that. We're going to add a max width to these of 200 pixels. The next thing that we're going to do, so we'll finish the hover and then we'll position them because we want all of the buttons to be at the same height, at the same area of each card. If we have each card be a different height, it's going to mess with that and make the design look stupid. So that's why we have to make them all a certain height, because some of them have more text than others and we have to accommodate that, but we want to make sure that the buttons are all in the same spot. See how this one? So the one that makes it so that we have to make our cards so tall on desktop is this bad boy, has a ton of text. So that forces us to make every other card look much taller so that we can put the buttons in the same spot using absolute positioning. So if that's going over your head, you'll see what I'm talking about when we actually code this up here. So for our hover, it's going to be pretty much the same. So let's copy that hover text, hover code main. So right here, showcase CTA hover, copy that. That right here. So if we look at our cards now, they all behave just like they should, okay? And now what we have to do is we have to position this absolute. So we'll say position absolute. Remember, we made each P card is position relative, right? So we did, P card, they're all position relative. So when you make absolute, when you make whatever the absolute positioned element is nested in absolute, and you make this relative, it'll keep it kind of glued to the same place. So then all we're going to say is bottom 4%. And now all of our buttons will go down to the same spot. All of our CTAs, so that the design looks a little bit more uniform. Okay, so and again, it's not going to look exactly like theirs. Ours are a little taller, but so that we can reuse this code for both sections, we're just going to let these be a little bit taller with a little bit more white space to make our life 10 times easier, and it's worth it. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good, boys and girls. I don't know, it's like no women that watch this channel, so boys, right? Let's go, boys. All right. We're getting there. Again, if you look at these just at first glance, you won't know where the hell you are, but dude, you won't know if you're on their page or our page, so that's a good sign. So now, of course, we got to do some mobile styles because we need these to go down to just 2, like the normal one does. We need, on smaller screen sizes, we need them to go to stack 2, 2 and 2, and then 1, right? So we'll do that with grid. So right now ours just stays as 4 no matter what, and then it breaks. Okay? We don't want that. So let's grab the first thing that we're going to need is this. So we'll grab product cards and P card, and we'll go down to our media query, our 1281, and we'll put that right here. Oops, wrong area. All right, so we'll go right here with it. I think we're missing a curly brace there. There we go. All right, so we'll paste that in, product cards and P card. So what we'll do is we'll say all this is going to be the same, so get rid of all that. This is going to go to 2 and 1 FR, so that there's just 2 across equally. See that? That's all we have to do for there, and that's why we used grid, because it makes your life easy. Center and center I think is still going to stay, so get rid of those. And now we'll say column gap 0, and we'll just use gap, which is better because it's all around. So gap 1 rem. So that combines column gap and row gap together. And then let's just delete that because maybe it's throwing it off. There we go. All right. So now that looks like it's supposed to on the screen. Our cards or their cards, our cards, pretty good. And then on smaller screens, of course, we want to make this so it's just singled. So let's go do that. Oh, before that, sorry. I wanted to change some other stuff here. So for this, we just want to make these shorter. So we'll say We'll go down to like 610 pixels because we want to minimize all this white space as much as we can. We don't want it to look too ridiculous. That looks better as we get to smaller screens. And then we get down to phone, we can make them all whatever, we're going to make them all look really nice because we won't have to make all the buttons in the same spot because now they're stacked and it'll look fine if the buttons are in different areas. So I'll show you how we'll change that too. So it looks really nice on mobile. And you know what? I think we'll actually, instead of 610, let's make this like 640. So a little bit taller because on other screens I'm pretty sure it'll mess up. So let's make that 640 instead of 610. Let's grab these two and we're going to go down to our 700 for small screens now, our small screens media query. And then let's also grab our CTA because we need to make that go from position absolute to the default, which is static. So let's also grab this, go down here. Paste that there. All right, so let's change everything that we need to now. So now this is going to be 1 and 1 FR on small screens. So just to reflect that, that's what it's going to be now. So now they're all just stacked really nicely. And then we'll change this to row gap because we don't need padding all around, just top and bottom. Our P cards are now going to change. It's going to be width 100%. Or max width, maybe 100%. There we go. So let's make them both 100. Probably just need that because, so let's change that to max width 100%. And then height, we're going to change to 100% so that they're not so tall. Okay. And now our buttons are going to look messed up and now we're going to fix those. So we're going to change this. We're going to delete all this. We're going to change this to position static so it goes back to normal behavior. See that? And then we can even say margin bottom 1 rem. Just give them a little bit more room on the bottom. So now all of our cards look really good mobile. They're not super tall because they don't have to be anymore. And then let's go here. So now we can see that they're pretty much mobile responsive, right? Check that out. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Get down to phone screens, boom. Now they're 100% width. And they look good. Now we can check it on super small devices again, right click, inspect. I always like to go to like the older, smaller iPhones just to check like small screens. Because there's a bunch of phones. I have a lot of devices up here, but there's new phones hitting the market all the time, and sometimes they get really small again. So you want to make sure that your stuff looks good on all screen sizes as best you can, right? So go to iPhone 5, and yeah, those all look all right to me. So far, so good. So we'll check this several times throughout the video to make sure everything is looking good, and if we need to tweak anything, we will. Go up to more modern phone. Looking good. Okay. Cool. How about tablets? Nest Hub Max. iPad Mini. Yeah. Did a good job. See, we have to have our stuff be tall here so that the buttons are at the same spot so that it looks nice and uniform. Even though there's all this white space here, we're just going to have to live with it. And Microsoft has white space as well, not quite as much as we do. If you want to spend hours tweaking this to get rid of as much white space as possible, go for it. But for the sake of time in this video, I'm not going to. I'm just going to live with that. It doesn't look, perfect, but it looks good enough to me. So let's keep moving. See, what is next up is another showcase area. So good news, guys, we've already done this, so we can copy and paste, and then the next area is also going to be a copy and paste for the most part, so that's good. So let's go to our markup and start working on this area. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy our showcase code. Let's make this big for now. Make this full screen, actually. And we want to copy this whole section of showcase. Copy that, and we'll paste it down here below this section. Still, remember this last closing div is for the container, so we want to keep our stuff still in the container class. So let's just say div main, copy and paste that showcase down. And we're just going to make a couple of tweaks. And we have to change the showcase container mainly because it has a different background image, so we have to change that. Well, I'll show you. So we're going to change this from showcase container for our second one. It's going to be showcase container 2. So no problem there. And then everything else should be able to remain the same. So literally, we're just going to do that. Let's change the text because we do need to change the text. So if we go to our showcase 2, Xbox controllers is the new heading. So I'm going to copy that. Remember, we're in showcase container 2. So here's the H2. Paste that in there. Paste that in there for the mobile one, for our mobile showcase text container. And then this is this text. I just got an Xbox Elite controller today, a new one. I got this one. I got this white one because my buttons, I don't know what was going on. It wasn't working well, my old one, so I got the new one. Oh, man. Buttery smooth. All right, so that paragraph goes here. Elite wireless adaptive, blah, blah, blah. That goes here. And then it should just say shop now for our CTAs. So we'll say shop now and shop now. All right, so let's check what we have here. And it's not going to look terrible. We just got to change the background image so we can see look at all of our mobile styles. Everything is kicking in. We just got to put the background image in there, and it's going to be under showcase container 2. So to do that, we just have to go to our other showcase container right here, copy this bad boy, and then we're going to go below our product cards, put a comment here, say showcase, or just showcase 2, basically, because that's what this is the second showcase. We'll paste this in here. Everything's staying the same. So delete all of this, and we just got to change the image. So, and remember, there's going to be a couple different ones. So the first one is going to be under IMG in our image folder, and it's going to be Xbox controller desktop.avif. Oh, sorry. We have to make this show. Sorry, guys. We can't actually delete that stuff. My bad. Go back. Let's change this to showcase container -2. Remember, we would change the class name. So we have to keep all the code here because this is technically a different class now. And then we do. Sorry about that, guys. Image Xbox controller desktop avif. Okay. There we go. So it looks bad there, but that's not the desktop version. This is. Look at that. Boom. It's already set for us. That's all we had to do. That's it. That whole section is done. Now we just got to make it mobile, which is just copying and pasting more code. But we can see in the mobile version, the image is messed up because it's too big. We'll change that. But then our mobile text is already showing, so that's good. So let's change our image. So again, let's copy showcase container 2. And we're going to go down to the 1280 media query. So right here. We're going to say .showcase container 2. And then we're going to change this to image Xbox controllers v2. And that'll give us the mobile image. There we go. And then everything else should be fine. Just should be changing that. And we'll take away this. We don't need box shadow here. There's just supposed to be a white background. So for that, so that might be a part of so we might have to change the mobile text container to a different class name to get rid of that box shadow. Right here, mobile showcase text container, say -2. And then go here and say, let's copy that. Just have to tweak a few things because I don't want that. It's just supposed to be a white background, no shadows or anything. And then we'll say we have to make sure that this displays none on desktop. So there, it's displaying none. And then let's copy this. And we'll go here. And we'll say display block. There we go. So display block. And then let's see, how does theirs look? There is some padding top, so we can do that. There's some padding top, and I don't know if there's some left and right. We could just say padding 2 rem all around. Yeah, that looks fine. See how this looks on phones. So that's an iPad mini. Okay, looks good. S9. Okay, so on S9, that image doesn't look so hot. So what we'll do is we'll make another, let's grab this. We'll go down to the 700 pixel one for smaller screens. And the background image will be the same, but we'll say height 250 pixels. And that fixed it. Okay, good. Okay. And then, so now it's kind of cut off there. Can we make it a little taller, like 280? Make it look better? That looks better. How does that look on small screens? Yeah, that's fine. Call it 285. Okay. Width. Do we have the width? Should already be 100%. Yeah, it is. So let's get rid of that. Okay. So how does this look on Pixel? So it should look good on all phones now. Yeah. Looking good, looking good, looking good, feeling good. And we might just want to change this padding. Maybe 2 rem top and bottom, 1 rem left and right. So it's not so far over, that's better. Okay. So that should be good, guys. iPhone 5, we're good. iPad Air, we're good, homies. All right, let's move on. So see how much easier that was, though? It was just tweaking a few things and copy and pasting. We have to make all that markup code again. It's beautiful. So let's look what we got so far, guys. Pretty impressive. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. So our next section is for business. So it's basically just the P cards again with just a little header here. But everything else is just the P cards, and we already have everything styled for those. So we should be good to go. Just have to update the content. So I'm going to my HTML, we'll make this big, and we're going to go below the section. So it should say div main again, and we're going to make an H2. And I'll just give it a class of section, or what should we call this? Yeah, we'll just call it section header, because it's just like a header that isn't really belong anywhere. I mean, I guess it could go in that other one, but I'm just going to put it out here. Say for business. We can put the styles for this thing in like the global styles because we're going to use this once or twice more. It's just like a header to divide sections kind of, and that's just how I'm going to do it. Again, you could make that a part of, whatever section that you're doing. So we'll do dot section header, and we'll just say font size 37 pixels, color black, margin top 6 rem. Margin bottom 1 rem, and a font weight of 500. So pretty standard to all the headings we've been doing so far, like the same code, a lot of the same code. So if we look now, we have our section header for business. And we got some padding here, so I think our markup got mixed up. I'm not sure what's causing for business to be way over here like that. Oh, do I already have a section header class somewhere else? No. Huh. Oh, because I want margin top, not margin. There we go. All right, so we got for business, and then we're literally just going to copy our product cards down and change the content. So close this. We want product cards all the way down here. Let's do it from bottom to top. So P card, too far, right here. Copy that. Gonna go right here, paste it in below our H2. Okay, and now we just gotta change the content. Everything else is all styled up exactly how we need it. So start doing our cards here. So the first one is this one, and it has that promotion just like the other one. So perfect. We should already be set for that. So right here, our first one is going to be a Surface Laptop for Business. So let's go into our images. Say Surface Laptop Business. Make sure that's the right one. There it is. We got it. All right. We're on the right track. Let's keep going here. Now available with 5G, should be in here. So now available with 5G. Our heading, new heading is right here. We'll copy that. Paste it in here. All right, and then we'll go grab all this text. That. Paste that right here. Okay. Now our card is identical. Wasn't that easy? Except this is a shop now. See how easy this is, guys? I love this. I love this copy and paste ability right here. This is good planning coming to fruition right here. And see why we have to make our card so tall? Whoops. See that? Because like all of this text makes us have to make every other card like super tall. And it's not even the text, it's just how long the damn heading is. So stupid, right? But gotta do what you gotta do. So now all of our cards have to have all this height here because of this big heading. So whatever. That's what they do, that's what we do, right? And then for here we can say shop Surface laptops. Okay. Alt text. All right, and then next we're gonna do achieve. Is it achieve the extra? I thought I already did that one. Oh no, that's ours. Sorry. See, I'm already to the point where I can't tell which one I'm on. Microsoft 365 Copilot is the next. Let's just stay here so we can copy what we want. So 365 Copilot. So we're gonna go to images. 365 Copilot AVIF. There we go. We got the right image. Copy this header. And we're going to put that here. Copy this text. Just got to be careful not to click in there because the whole thing is a link. Like, yeah, the whole thing. And we didn't make ours that way because I think that's annoying, dude. Like, I don't want this whole damn thing to be the whole link. That's stupid. Like, if you're going to put learn more, like, make that your link. God. Because then you get all these misclicks. It's annoying. All right, so we'll paste that text in here. And then this should just say learn more. And then we'll leave our alt text shop 365. So next one, Visual Studio 2022. Let's go here. Image. What did I save this under? So they've already changed this one over from when we started the design. This one was Microsoft Teams. So I'm going to keep what I had in there, Teams AVIF. It was this. So they just within the last 24 hours changed this to Visual Studio 2022, I guess. That's weird. Wait, am I on the right page? Yeah, I am. Why would you want Visual Studio 2022? That makes no, that's not even, that's weird. Is that a bug? Let's see if we can refresh the page. Oh, they cycle them. I see. So every time they refresh, they cycle new ones in here. Look at that. Can we find the Teams one? Oh, there it is. Microsoft Teams for your business. So this is the one that we're going to do here. Yeah, they cycle new ones in every. Again, that must be some marketing thing. That's so interesting, though. Okay. So let's get this. That here. This text. There. Find the right plan for your business. Here. So that's so much text. Let's just say find the right plan here because I know that's going to mess up all of our freaking widths and everything for these CTAs and I don't want to go back and do that. Let's just say find the right plan. That should be enough. Okay. Last one. Join the era of AI. So let's see. Image. AI companion. Is it era? Oh, era of AI right there. For here we'll say, sorry, this is going to be shop Teams. For this we'll put explore AI. Join the era of AI goes here. The era of AI. And then I gotta copy this text. Here. And then explore AI solutions goes here. Okay. should be all we need, boys and girls. Here we go. All of our cards are already set. How pretty, huh? How good are we? All right, so there's ours. Oops. It says ours, here's theirs. Look at that. Almost identical, right? Very cool. Test its, see if it's mobile. I mean, it should be, right? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful. All right, next section. The next section is explore more about AI and Copilot. So it's like these we're going to call the explore cards. So there's 1, 2, 3 of them. And we'll keep a lot of the same styles, but I think we'll make them a little bit different. So what we're going to do for the cards, guys, is we're going to keep a lot of the same styles, but change a few things around because our cards don't have to be so tall, so we can't just do like a complete copy paste job. But we already have like a good starting point. So let's go to our markup, and we can go here, and we'll do our section header. So we can just do our section header again. And it's going to be an H2, remember? And then we have to have a header that says explore more about AI and Copilot. And then below our section header, we're going to make another section. And this is going to be called explore more cards. And then inside each of our cards, we're going to have a class, or each of the cards are going to have a class called Explore Card. And then what we can do is we can take a lot of the P card stuff and just paste it in here. So if we just take any one of our P cards, starting with the image. See, the image in the P card text container is what we want. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And then there we go. So now we have a card, but we got to change it because now these are the Explore cards. So we'll just change what we have to. So the first one is going to be the football coach. What's his name? The guy for the Rams. That's Sean McVay. That's his name. Rams head coach, right? And we got to put his image in there. So we got to explore more about AI and Copilot. Blah blah. Okay. So this is going to be game ready with Copilot. So image, what did we save this under? Game ready. We'll just in our alt text, we'll just put Copilot story, I guess. Okay. There we go. Yep. All right. So that we can get rid of the promotion text because we obviously don't need that on our card. Right. So delete that. And then let's see, P card header. So game ready with Copilot. That's what that should say. So right here, say game ready with Copilot. There we go. And then let's copy this text. Put it right here. And then this CTA should say read the story. Okay, so let's look at our card. See, they've got some box shadow. So we'll add that. So we just got to add box shadow as well. But and we'll add that on our Explore card class. But otherwise, that's pretty much it. We just got to duplicate this. So let's get all of our cards made. So let's copy our whole Explore card down twice, do the other two cards, and we'll style everything up. So the second one is this dude exploring the impact of AI. So let's say image, impact of AI. Say explore impact of AI for our alt text. Copy this heading. Jeez. and put it here. Copy this. Trevor Noah. Isn't that a basketball player? I think that was a player. And then dive into, isn't it supposed to be into, not into? Dive into, right? I think it's a typo. I don't know. I'm going to say dive into the series. Pretty sure I'm right. All right, so let's check ours. Okay, cool. And we might change these headings in the text. Or at least the headings look a little smaller than our current headings. We might change that. I don't know. All right, last one is 5 ways AI is changing healthcare. So we'll go to our images. 5 ways. Alt text. AI changing healthcare. All right, paste that there. Paste that here. And then find out more. And then this looks like a card, but it's actually going to be another showcase area, so we're not doing that yet. So our P-card CTAs went up here because we need to add our styles because there's no position relative and they're position absolute by default because our P-cards are, since we're using that code. So we'll fix that though. So let's grab our explore more cards. Let's start styling these up. So let's grab, let's see, right here, our explore more cards section. And we want to go down here. Below our showcase 2, we'll say explore more cards. We'll say dot explore more cards. This is our whole section. And we're going to say margin top 1 rem. Bring it down a little bit. Say margin bottom 4 rem. And use display grid again. Say grid template columns, repeat 3 1FR. At least on desktop, there'll be 3 across. We're going to say justify items center, align items center. Then we're going to use column gap, and we'll say column gap 1 rem. Okay. And now we're going to style our explore cards, or our explore card, the individual cards. Say dot explore card. And we're going to say max width 550 pixels, height of 570 pixels, position relative so that our buttons come back. And then we're going to add that same box shadow that we have on our P card. So I'm just going to copy and paste it into here. Okay. I know they got their box shadow as well. So to make our explore cards mobile, guys, we're going to use a little bit different. We're going to make a new breakpoint. So let's copy these up because they look good on screens until we hit like 900 pixels and below. So we're going to go... Let's copy this media query first, my fault. And I'm going to make this one for a max width of 900 pixels. And then let's go back up and grab these 2. Put them here. Because like even this on this small of a screen, like they're all 3 together still, and it looks okay. Like it doesn't look that bad, but once we hit smaller than 900, it gets all messed up. So what we're going to do here, we'll keep this. We'll say margin bottom 3 rem instead of 4 rem. Grid template columns, we're going to say 1FR. So we're going to keep grid so we can get rid of that. And then we'll get rid of these 2. And then we'll say column gap 0 rem. row gap 1 rem, because remember, column is left and right padding, row is top and bottom. So now that they're going to stack like that, we want it like that. So now with those media queries, they look a lot better. Okay. So there's our explore cards. They get smaller. Still together, boom. And that kicks in at 900 pixels. And then we're going to change the max width to 100%. The height can be, let's see, let's go look at it on phones, because now our height's going to get messed up. So yeah, so it gets messed up there. So we should do maybe just the height auto. And then maybe we give those CTAs different styles. See, box shadow is going to stay, so get rid of that. So, or we could just make all of them a height of like 700 pixels just to save less code writing, and that still looks okay. See how it looks on phones. Oh, that actually looks not bad. So then we'll go right here. Let's see, let's put this here. And then we should just be able to say auto, because we change pcard CTA to static here. And that's what we're using here. So we should just be able to say auto. And then that should work fine. There we go. So our explore card should look good everywhere. Let's see. Yeah, that fixes it. Very cool. See, landscape mode. S9. It's probably a really old phone, the S9. iPhone XR. Yeah, that looks good, because now we did that 900 media query, so it looks good there. Let's see, iPad Air. Boom. Boom. That looks good. I think we're good for our explore cards, guys. Yep, we're good. All right, so explore cards are done. Now we're on to our last showcase. So we just have our last showcase here, and then some links, like a little link area, a back to top link, which is really easy to make. Those two are everything else is like super easy. So this is going to be a pain just because there's so many damn links, but we'll use video editing to speed up that process. So I'm not going to spend a half an hour writing up link markup. But I'll show you what I'm doing, and then I'm going to copy paste and then speed it up with editing. But you'll understand. It's very easy. So you know what we're going to do next? We have another showcase area coming up, and I'm going to do this image, not that one, but this one is going to be our showcase image. So this lady playing with the kids. Oops. Okay. So it's going to be like that. Just like that, just a little showcase. So that's the image we're going to use. So let's go grab our showcase area again, and we can grab showcase 2. Right here, this section showcase. This is for the second one. So we're going to make showcase 3 now. So let's copy all that. And we want to go below this section, paste. And then we'll have another showcase of Xbox controllers here, but we're going to change that to that lady now. So let's call this showcase container 3, mobile showcase text container 3. So we're also going to have another different text container 3 here to make some changes. So let's fill in our stuff. So teamwork and tech power. Whoa, no. Copy. That goes here, teamwork and tech, blah, blah, blah. Let's grab this by transforming all that. And then the same text goes in our, whoops. And then we want to put the same heading and text in our mobile box. So that's going there. And then this one's going here. And then the CTA says read the story. So we'll say read the story and read the story. So let's see what we have here so far. There it is. Okay. So let's style this up now. So showcase container 3. It's going to go here below our explore cards. Make a comment. So we'll say showcase 3. And then we can pretty much just copy these two. Right here, say showcase 3, showcase 3. Change our image. And this is going to be image desktop teamwork AVIF. So then this is for the desktop one, so it's not going to look good on the smaller screen, but if we make it bigger, there it is. And then there's our text box. So we just got to make that have like a white background like this one. Okay. And then the height on this one's actually going to be a little smaller. It's going to be 500 pixels, so we'll change that. And then we want display flex, line item center. We want to say justify content. We're going to say flex start. So if we look at what we have now, I wish there was a way where I could dual record like two screens. I'm sure there is, where I could just have my screen to myself. I hate having to do this. There we go. And then we got to do the showcase text container. Showcase text container 3. So yeah, so we got to change this one to -3, so we have to change it. So let's grab this class from mobile showcase text container 3. Or sorry, not mobile, the regular one, showcase text container 3. And we're going to say background color white. So already that's going to make it look better, or make it more like the real one. So we just have to add different styles in here just because it's white background and none of the other ones are. So that's why we have to make the 3, because of the white background. So now we got to edit in our other styles to make it look good. So we're going to say margin left 4 rem, padding all around of 2 rem. Give it our text box a width of 475 pixels and a height of 400 pixels. So if we look at ours now, there's, let's see, this is theirs. That's ours. So this looks a little longer, more width to it. So we could say width of 575 or 600. See where that puts us. It's a little closer. Now we got to make it shorter. So we could say a height of 300. So let's go to our height and say 300 pixels. That's more like it. And that's closer, maybe 350. Let's see. All right, there's ours and theirs. All right, so that looks pretty good. Pretty identical. Happy with that, at least for desktop. So the only thing that I would change is our line height. So our line height between some words. So maybe I could just put it here, like line height 1.6. And then we got some spacing here. All right, so we'll just leave it there. Or we're going to just put like 1.5. Okay, and then for tablets, I think I'm just going to leave it kind of like this. Like for tablets, it'll just be this. I'm not going to make the mobile appear yet because I think this looks okay, actually, as long as you can still see her face. So we right-click and inspect. This is a tablet. iPad mini. So on iPad mini, it'll be changed. I mean, it looks okay right there. We'll figure it out. All right. So for now, what we'll do is we'll take these 3. We'll go down to the 700, or we can probably do the 900 because this still looks see, how does this look on those tablets? Mini. Okay, 768, no, but that it looks fine. iPad Air. Okay, 820. Yeah, so like probably around the 900 area we'll change it. So let's put this here. Let's display this one none. This text container is going to be none. This is going to be block. Okay, now they're below each other, or that's below that. And then we could probably switch it. Let's see if we can switch it to the, I think there's a mobile image I have. So let's say image, mobile teamwork. That's better. That's more of the images in there. And then we can just say padding top of like 1 rem. So see on theirs they have it like positioned absolute and kind of fancy, but we're not going to mess with that. I don't want to. It's annoying to fight layouts like that. So padding top 2 rem probably will do it. Or let's just do that because they have padding to where the text isn't centered again. I don't know why they do that, but all right. So we'll say padding 2 rem top, then 1 rem all around everywhere else. And then, let's see, check our devices now. So this is an iPad, iPhone XR. Ooh, so that doesn't look so hot. So probably got to change the height on that. So let's do this. So we have mobile. Everything else is going to be the same. So let's copy this. Go down to 700. And we'll say height 300 pixels. That should fix it. And then it should look good on all screens now. So let's put this through the test. BlackBerry Playbook. Okay. Just look through several devices here. Looks good. iPhone 14. Okay. So do they have box shadowing on their mobile? Let's see. They do on the bottom. Just on the bottom, it looks like. So let's go to box shadow generator. Just make some box shadowing on the bottom. Almost like that. We just want it on the bottom. So just like that maybe. So let's just copy this box shadow and put that up here, right here. Boom. So now if we look at it, there we go. Got our little box shadow. Oh, that's there, sorry. Again, I can't really tell where I am here. That's a good sign. That means we're doing a good job. See margin bottom, 2 rem, so we can see the bottom. There it is. It is there. Okay. So cool. All right. Continue testing it. So that still looks good as long as we can see that face there. I'm good with that. It's good. Good. Okay. Okay. I think we're good, guys. So let's do this. Get out of mobile view. Do the drag test. shrinking down, boom. And then it turns to mobile, stacked, and it looks good. All right, so let's move on now. Where are we at? I think that's it. I just got to make a footer, and so there's a couple more things in the footer. So, and then we'll be all done here. So next we're going to do this little social links area. So let's do this little social area because that's what's next. And then this is like slightly below it, so it'll be its own little area. So let's go back to our HTML markup here. And then let's just look at what we're building. So we're building this thing right here. So we're going to go below this section. We're going to create another section. Say section. And this one's going to have a class of follow Microsoft. So we're going to have a paragraph. If we look at this here, right here. So we're going to flex a paragraph and then the icons next to each other. So we'll have a paragraph and that'll have a class of follow-text. Text itself is going to say follow Microsoft. And then below it, we're going to have an anchor tag, and it's going to have a class of social link. And then we could probably, I mean, for all this stuff, we could probably just get rid of the hrefs for everything because we really don't want it. And href by default, if you have the hashtag, it'll take you to the top of the page. So maybe we'll get rid of all the hrefs after that. We're done with this part for everything. But so we have social link. And then in there, because these are all clickable links, so we have to wrap the icons and links. And then the icons are actually saved into images. So we're going to say image. And then we're going to go img. And then we want the Facebook icon AVF. And then the alt text will put Facebook. Okay, and then we can look at ours, and there it is. So we'll have to resize the icon, but those are the icons. So we just got to copy this down 2 more times. So our social link. And then we can actually put a class on these as well because we need to style them of social icon. All right, and then we'll make this big. We'll copy this down 2 more times, 2 more links to go. And then the next one is going to be X. So we'll say alt text will be X. And then in parentheses, we can put Twitter. And then for our icon, we'll say image. Let's see, what is it saved under? Yep, X icon WebP. There it is. And then the last one is LinkedIn. So image, LinkedIn icon. Our alt text will be LinkedIn. Save. All right, there they are. So that's all the markup we're going to need for this area. So let's go style it up. And let's actually spell Microsoft right here. All right, so let's grab follow Microsoft and we'll go to our CSS. And I don't think we're going to have any mobile styles for this because it's really simple. It's all going to fit in mobile by default, I'm pretty sure, so that'll be good. So let's just go make a comment here. Say follow Microsoft. And then we'll have our follow Microsoft here. And then what we're going to have here is we're going to say, we're going to display them flex. So we'll say display flex. Then we're just going to say align items center. So you can see them now. Get out of this mode. And then we'll say, there's quite a bit of margin top from here to here. So we got to add that. So we're going to say margin top 7 rem. And then we'll say column gap between everything will be 1 rem to space them out. Okay. And now we got to grab the social icon class, which is basically the social icon images to control them. And we'll say dot social icon. And we'll give them each a width of about 35 pixels. Okay, and that looks a lot better. And then, like I said, that's going to be mobile. We don't need to make any special stuff for that. That's going to be fine on all screen sizes, just to show you. So any phone, any screen size, that's going to fit just fine. It's very small. Even if we go down to our iPhone 5, which is a very small screen, it still fits. Okay? So we're not going to do any special mobile styles for that. No need to go into the media queries. So yeah, anywhere we go, it'll look fine. iPhone XR, okay. So next we just have to do the back to top button, which is basically just a link with an icon in it. So we can do that very easily as well. So let's go back to our HTML, and then we'll look at what we're building here, right here. And then we hover over it, it goes white with box shadow. So we'll do that too. So let's be preemptive here. Let's copy this comment. We're going to make our back to top area. So that'll be ready when we come here. And then we're going to go, the back to top button doesn't look like it's in any kind of container class. Maybe it's got a little bit of margin here, but so it's going to be out of our container. So that means we're going to go right here below the div. Now just the main tag is left. And then we'll make a div. We'll say back to top container. And then in there we'll have an anchor tag, and then we'll have that in there. So again, this means take us back to the top when you put that in there. And then let's add a class, and we can say back to top btn for the class. And then in the link we're going to have an arrow up and text that says back to the top. So let's do the text. We'll say back to top. We go back to top, and now we got to get that chevron. That's a chevron up. So let's go to FontAwesome. We haven't been there in a while. We'll search, and we'll search, or maybe just arrow up. Let's see what this is. Okay, so here we go, arrow up. Grab that, and then it's got to go right here. Boom. And now that's what we have so far. Okay, so now I just got to style it up. So let's grab our back to top container, go to our styles, say back to top container, and for this again we're going to use display flex, align item center, and then we're going to actually justify the content flex end, which basically means push it all the way to the right of whatever of the page over here where it belongs. And then we'll say margin top of 3 rem, margin bottom of 3 rem. There we go, now it's over here. Let's grab the back to top btn class, which is basically just our anchor tag. Say dot back to top btn, padding 12 pixels, top and bottom 30 pixels left and right. And then we're going to say color of the text will be black. The background color is going to be hashtag D9, D9, D9. There we go. Now we got our button really taking shape now. We're going to say text align center. Font weight 500. Okay, so there's our button so far. Here's the real button. Getting there. That font weight might even be closer to 700. Bold, it's pretty bold. There we go. That's more like it. And then we can say, we'll put a transition on it because it's got to turn white on hover. Transition all 0.1 second, ease in, and then we'll copy this back to top btn, say back to top btn hover, I'm going to say background color white, and then I'm going to bring over some box shadow from that we've used before for like the cards and stuff, just paste that in there. So when we hover, it goes white and we get that box shadow just like the real one. Okay. Boom. So again, that should look good on all screens. just to show you. Could do a test here. So I guess we could give it some like margin right though. Let's do that. Let's say margin right 2 rem, just to bring it over a little bit. That's better. So let's look at it on screens now. Just make sure that we don't need to add any mobile stuff. So there it is. And then if we click it, it'll actually take us back to the top. So that's good. 896. Make sure it's good on really small screens. Yep, it is. Okay, so that's going to be good to go on every screen, guys. So we can look at it on desktop, full screen, back to top, boom. And that's really all theirs does. They don't even use fancy animations or anything. It literally just does the same thing, takes you back to the top. They don't use an animation or anything like that. So simple enough. Now we're on the last part, which is the footer menu. So their footer menu is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different menus with links. These are just little LI headers, so we'll make those like little headers of just LIs, but then the rest are links. When you hover over them, they go underline and darker. They go black and dark, and that's it. So we're just going to make one list, copy it down, put in all the text for the links, and then flex them, and then same thing, they have another little menu down here. And then they don't do anything fancy for their menu in mobile, guys. They pretty much just use flex wrap and have everything stack as needed. So, and it doesn't really look that pretty, but that's how they do it. So see that? They just flex wrap it. We could use grid maybe to make it look a little prettier, but it really doesn't. They don't do much to make it look really great on mobile anyway. So we're not gonna put a ton of effort into it. So see, they just wrap their stuff, dude. It just stacks on top of each other at certain screen sizes. So yeah, and then everything eventually just goes to everything, and then this is just a jumbled mess down here. But that's how they have it. So cool, whatever. Like no sweat off my brow, dude. So let's go to our markup and get this thing done. So we're gonna do out of our main tag, because now we're in the footer. We're gonna say footer, and then within the footer, we're gonna get back into our container class because there is some padding and margin on the sides. And then within our container class, we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna call it footer dash nav dash menus. That's going to have all of our menus, all of our 6 footer nav menus on the top here. These bottom 2 are going to be separate. And I'm going to show you the basic layout. I'm going to speed this up with video editing because I'm not going to have you watch me fill in 35 different link texts. That's going to take too long. You can pause the video and do that part on your own. But this is going to be how all of our menus look, guys. So we're going to go UL. They're all going to have a class of footer menu. So footer dash menu. And then there's going to be one LI at the top that's nothing but bold text. So we're going to say LI, and we're going to put a class on there called bold LI. It's going to just be a bolded text. The first one is what's new. So what's new. And then all the LIs after that actually have the links in them. So we're going to say LI. And then we're just going to have an anchor tag. And they're all going to have a class of footer link. So footer dash link. And then the first one is Surface Pro. So let's look at them together. We'll fill in the first one together, and then I'm copy pasting. So here we are. We're at what's new, Surface Pro. Now we're going to do Surface Laptop. So we have to copy this link down. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. So let's copy this and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we'll say Surface Laptop. And then Surface Laptop Studio 2. Copilot for organizations. And there's really no way we can really copy paste all this at once, which is an even bigger pain in the butt. So that's what I'm saying. It's just going to be tedious, but we got to do it. So Copilot for organizations. Let's copy this. Paste it here. Copilot for personal use is the next one. So personal use, AI in Windows. So AI in Windows. So again, guys, I'm literally following these all in order under what's new. So next is Explore Microsoft products. So Explore Microsoft products. And then the last one is Windows 11 apps. Okay, so that's one menu. So this is what we have so far on our screen. And now we got to do that 5 more times. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to speed this up with editing. I'm going to just copy the opening UL of footer menu all the way down to the closing UL. So right here. And you're just going to copy down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And then just go in order. So the next one would be your bold title is going to be Microsoft Store, and then you do all the links in order. The next one's going to be Education, all the links in order. So just to show you what I mean, because I'm not going to do all this all with you step by step. Not this part. It's too tedious. So we have our What's New menu. Let's go down to the second one. The second one is going to be Microsoft Store. So you would put Microsoft Store in here. And then all of your LIs, you would just go. Now this one's going to be account profile, download center, so on and so forth. When you're done with that menu, the next one's going to be education is going to go here, and then fill in your links. So through the magic of editing, I'm going to have this part all complete. All right, guys. So for the magic of editing, I have all of the 6 menus in here. So if we look now, you should look like this. You've got your bold LI and then all the links under it in order. Okay. So that's the markup for that. Now, below here, there's another menu, another one, right? Can you believe it? And they're flexed out. So there's these 3 menu items, and then there's this menu over here with sitemap and all this BS. So now we have to go underneath all this stuff and make 2 more menus completely separate and then flex them. So what we're going to do is make this markup really quick too. So let's go below. Got to make this big, and I got to figure out where the hell we are. So many links. This is like the dumbest footer ever. If you're watching this, Microsoft, like, dude, what the hell? Too many links, dude. So we got container, footer nav menus. Okay, so we want to be below this one, and we're going to make another container for our other 2 menus. So we'll call this dot footer bottom menus container. And then we're going to have 2 bottom menus. So we'll have ul dot bottom menu. And then we're going to have another one with the other links. So we can just copy that down. So this first ul dot bottom menu is going to have these links over here. And we'll do all these ones together. So it's going to be English. Oh, and there's more icons. Yay. So English, your privacy choices, and consumer health privacy are going to be one menu. All these ones are going to be in the next one, and then we flex them out, okay? So let's do this. We're going to put an LI, and then we'll give them a class of bottom menu LI, in case we have to style them separately. And then we're going to put an anchor tag with a class of footer link. Just like the other ones, just keep them the same. Then within there, for the first one, we have to have a globe icon. So let's go to FontAwesome and get that. So let's say globe. And we'll use Earth Americas, because we're American, or at least I am. And we'll put that here first. And then we'll put the text next to it, which is English United States. So we'll say English United States. Okay. Boom. There's that one. See, that's our new menus. Let's copy this down 2 more times. 1, 2. The next one is your privacy choices. So say your privacy choices. And we're going to go click privacy. And we're not going to get an exact match for that one, so I'm just going to use this like shield one. And yeah, I'm just going to use the FA shield because I think that's pretty cool for privacy. It's explainable, right? So we'll do FA shield have, so that's going to be ours. And then the last link is consumer health privacy, and there's no icon for that one, so we'll delete the icon from our last one. And we'll say consumer health privacy. And now we got to do our second part of the menu, which is, let's see, sitemap, contact Microsoft, all that crap. So we'll say li bottom menu li. So we'll copy this li and anchor tag. And this first one's going to be sitemap. How many more of these do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more. So let's copy this down 6 times. Or no, 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we have sitemap, contact Microsoft, privacy, terms of use, trademarks, safety and eco, recycling, and about our ads. All right, so we got all this ridiculous links and markup now. So again, if you got lost or you couldn't do it on your own for whatever reason, click the GitHub, go to the description. I have the full code on the GitHub and just copy the menus from there if you want. But it was pretty self-explanatory. We're just copying the links down. I just didn't want to spend a half an hour of screen time copying or typing in links, dude. That's crazy. All right, so let's style all this stuff up here. So let's go here. Let's make a footer comment. Say footer. And we'll say padding. Whoops. We'll say, sorry. We'll select footer first, and then we'll say padding. 2 rem top and bottom, 0 rem left and right. And then we're going to give our footer the background color. It's like a light gray. It's hashtag F2, F2, F2. Okay. And now we're going to do our footer nav menus class. So right here. And again, this is just like a container that goes around the first 6 menus that we made. So we'll say dot footer nav menus. And we're going to say display flex, align items center, column gap 7 rem, and we're going to say flex wrap. Okay, so this is what we have on desktop now. Starting to take shape. At least those are our first 6 menus, right? How ridiculous is that? Our first 6 menus, jeez. All right, so now we got to style up our lists. So we have the bold li. It's like the title of each of the first 6. So we'll say dot bold li, and we're going to say color. And the color for the bold LIs is hashtag 616161. And then we're going to say font size 16 pixels and font weight of 600. Okay. So if we look, there's ours. Okay. Pretty close. Next, we got to grab our footer menu LIs. So let's see. Oh, we didn't put a class on those, so we'll just say, yeah, footer menu, right? Is that what we named? Yeah, so we'll grab footer menu, and we'll just say dot footer menu li, and we'll say padding all around, or no, it should be padding top and bottom, right? Padding top and bottom of 0.5 rem, 0 rem left and right. There we go. We'll spread them out a little bit. So they're starting to look better and better. And now let's grab all of our footer links. style those up. Copy that. Say dot footer link. And the footer links, they're all going to have a color of the 6161 color. Their font size is just going to be 10 pixels. It's pretty small. And then we have to put a transition on them for the hover effect. So we'll say transition all, 0.1 second, ease in. And then we're going to say footer link hover, footer link hover, whoops, hover. And then text decoration, underline. So now if we look at our menu, it's starting to really look good. These menus here, they all look pretty good. And then we have our little hover effect, which is good, just like the regular ones. Okay. And then we can change the color to like darker when they hover. So we can say color, maybe the 2.6 color, not like pure black, but 2.6, 2.6, 2.6, because theirs get dark when you hover. So now here's ours. Here's theirs. Okay, pretty close. Close enough. Yeah. All right. Now let's style up our bottom menus here so that they look like this. 1, 2, 3, and then all these links flexed. So that's going to be our footer. What is it? Footer bottom menus container, something like that. Footer bottom menus container. Here it is. Let's select that. Say dot. And then we'll say display flex. Align items center. Justify content. Space between. Say flex wrap. Wrap so that they go mobile on their own. Margin top. We'll give them a 3 rem. And then just so you can see what they look like now, we flexed them. Oh, that's theirs. Okay. So we're getting there. And now we gotta flex the menus themselves. So let's select those. The bottom menu class. So we'll say dot bottom menu. Display flex. Align item center. Give them a column gap of 1.3 rems. So they've got some spacing. And now if we look at them, they're flexed, they're aligned center, and we're good to go. So I know the icons on the regular one are like, well, at least this one's blue. We're just going to leave them. Remember, we made all of our icons kind of gray, so we'll just leave them like that. I'm not going to change them. Got our hover effects working. That's good. Okay. So close enough. Not, again, this isn't pixel perfect, but it's close enough to where you wouldn't, at first glance be able to tell the difference. So now if we make them smaller on smaller screens, we can just see everything kind of stack. Let's do flex wrap. See if I can get, oh, there we go. Now they're stacking a little better. Let's see. All right, let's see what this menu looks like on small screens to determine what we have to do here, because I didn't like how that looked at first. Wow, it gets all crappy, huh? Wonder why. Didn't we put flex wrap? So we forgot to do flex wrap, and then flex wrap here. All right, did they wrap? Those ones did. These ones up here didn't. So what happened? Did we not put it here? Oh, I don't know why it says no wrap. I said wrap. All right, there we go. So now we have flex wrap everywhere. They all just stack up on top of each other. Let's do the drag test. So we start at desktop. Make it smaller. There we go. So they all just start stacking on top of each other at that point, which is good. Those stack. I mean, and that's honestly like, this is pretty much what, maybe we can justify content center to center them all. So let's do justify content center and the 900 pixel media query, and then they'll center, which will look better. I mean, there are there, and then all these links are just down here. I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's basically what regular Microsoft does if we look at it. They don't do anything special to make them look really pretty. I guess they make them single column, but they don't for the bottom ones. So I guess we could make ours single column. So maybe we could say just flex direction column, I guess, right? So flex wrap, no wrap, flex direction column. There we go. So now ours just stack, and then these ones are just what they are. So I think that's it for the design. Let's just double check everything to make sure the footer and everything looks okay. So let's see. Everything looks good, There's our menu. Oh, this is the real one, my bad. Dude, see? I told you I do it all the time. That's a good sign, though. There we go. So maybe we should say, because they're single column, but now they're looking a little weird. We want them flex align start so that they're all to the left, maybe. So with our justify content flex start, let's say align items flex start. There we go. And then we'll say text align instead of center. Let's change that to left. Try to make everything like make it left. There we go. Okay. There we go. We solved it. So let's see here. That looks a lot neater, right? And then those can just stay as they are because that's pretty much how Microsoft has them. So we're not going to mess with that. That starts at 900 and lower. So before that, they just kind of go stacked, and I'm okay with that. That looks fine. I mean, this doesn't look great, but whatever, you know. I mean, we could probably do the same for the other ones just to stack them. So we could grab bottom menu, this one. There are these two, I should say. We could go here. And then just say, I don't know why we have that twice. So let's keep margin top. Flex wrap. No wrap. Justify content. Flex start. Align items. Flex start. Flex direction column, and then margin top stays. Add these three things here. Keep the column gaps. Let's delete that. And that'll just, there we go. And then you can say, instead of column gap, you can say column gap 0, row gap 10 pixels, and then it'll space them out. So that looks better. Let's just do that. Okay. And then at that screen size, you know, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, that's better. Now everything is just spaced out on the small mobile screens, and I think that looks better than what Microsoft did, honestly. So pat on the back to us. See, how does our whole page look on the iPad Air? I think our whole page looks good, man. I think we did it, guys. So this is the Microsoft landing page. Of course, we made a couple of showcases instead of making a bunch of sliders to save us writing 800 lines of JavaScript. But this is it, guys. This is looking good. We can do the shrink test one more time, specifically on the footer. Okay, that looks good. All right, so that's it, guys. That's the clone of the Microsoft landing page. Hopefully you enjoyed this little project here. It wasn't little, it was actually quite long. But if you're stuck in that loop, guys, of watching a million tutorials like this one from people on YouTube, thinking to yourself, God, I don't know how these people do this. I wish I could break down designs and do this myself. Please check out, I'm telling you, check out the complete web developer course. So here's the landing page is in the description, and I take you from not knowing anything or not being good, barely good at HTML maybe, to learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP full stack development. By the end of the course, you become a full stack developer, guys. So here's a look at the curriculum. And we start very slow and we build small projects all throughout it, because that's the best way to learn. We start with just HTML. Well, we really start with like, hey, welcome and how does the internet work? We go through all of that. Okay, welcome to the course, how the internet works, how to get immediate help, all of that stuff. We learn HTML. This is 100% project-based course, guys. We learn HTML by building a multi-page website right out of the gate. We don't learn theory. I don't teach you one thing at a time. You see how everything fits together right away, and you learn all of the fundamentals from there. We keep that project-based learning all throughout the course. Then we learn CSS. We do small, tiny projects with CSS. We build small, single column layouts. And then I show you how to build multi-column layouts, little piece by piece by piece. And then we finish off by building a professional landing page that's got some intricate details, kind of like we just did here. And then I teach you CSS grid and how to use that. And then we move on to JavaScript after we learn how to deploy websites and push stuff to Git and GitHub. We learn JavaScript, and again, we restart and we do the same thing. We do project-based learning. We build small programming projects, very small at first, and we slowly level up to a little bit bigger projects, a little bit bigger, until we hammer in the fundamentals. After JavaScript, we get to full stack PHP, so that you can become a full stack PHP developer, which is amazing. At that point, you can build everything, the full stack, all completely by yourself. And we do that by we start with a basic little login. I show you how to set up PHP, and then we eventually level up to building a full content management system, kind of like a mini version of WordPress, which is really cool. So by the end of the course, instead of going around in circles and circles trying to just get free tutorial content and being stuck in tutorial hell, I hold your hand all the way through the process of starting from level 1 all the way up to full stack developer. So check it out, guys. You can do a monthly subscription, or you can do a one-time lifetime purchase and own the whole course forever, including all future updates, so that you don't have to keep going in circles. You can get the data you need, because honestly, guys, in today's day and age, you need to learn the fundamentals, be full stack as soon as possible. And then once you know all these fundamentals, you get to do the thing that everybody does. You get to go to ChatGPT and merge with AI and become a 10x developer. Once you know the fundamentals and you know how to talk to ChatGPT to get what you want code-wise, the sky is the limit. You can build whatever you want. You don't need to be a developer at a company. You could still get a job, but you could literally build anything you wanted once you know those fundamentals and start making money. All right, guys, thanks for watching the video. I'll see you in the next one.